happy Friday. I am so excited to be with you again for another Brain Smart Start. But before we go ahead and get started, I just wanted to take a moment to let you know that I am so proud of you. It's been 8 weeks of you joining us on the WOW's virtual classroom. And some of you are already logging on your own. Some of you have started a routine where you're able to wake up early and actually watch our program before 1 o'clock. For those of you that are still waking up late and watching it late, it's okay. Just try to find a rhythm where you're waking up and joining, having lunch at your regular time, because this, again, is not something that is forever, and we will eventually be returning to the WOW campus, and lunch will once again be at our regular time, and you will have to be there by 8 o'clock again, okay? So I know you like sleeping in, but let's try to cut back. But again, I just wanted to let you guys know that we're so proud of you. We're so happy that we're able to connect this way, that you guys are just showing up on Zoom and that you came out to the parade. And I hear there's another parade already in the works. So if you didn't make it out to our Cinco de Mayo parade, don't worry, we are gonna do another one. And if you can't join that one, it's okay too. We did go live this last parade and we'll go live the next one too. So don't worry about it. If you're safe at home and you are scared of going out, it's okay, we understand, okay? But I'm so happy to be able to be here with you. And I'm so happy that we're figuring out ways to see each other in person again. Okay, let's go ahead and get started with Brain Smart Start. So for today, I'm gonna go ahead and sing the WOW song. Then we're gonna go ahead and do some breathing, some stretching. I'm gonna check in on our commitment for this week. Hopefully you guys have already started. If not, I do hear that on the schedule for today, there are some really cute Mother's Day crafts for you guys. Then that reminds me, I'll let you know your schedule for today too. We'll do our wish well, and then I'm gonna want you to call over someone really special to see something with you during Brain Smart Start for today. But I'll let you know when it's time to, okay? So first thing, let's go ahead and sing our WOW song. Because we are all in this together. We are WOW, you and me, united and free. We are all in this together. We are WOW, you and me, united and free. We are all in this together. We are WOW. Ready? We are WOW. Just wanted to also take another moment. I don't know, I'm feeling grateful today to just say how amazing is it that our lyrics for our WOW song say that we're all in this together, and those words are so true for a time like this. We are all in this together. I'm home, you're home, we're going through this at the same time together, figuring out how to use technology more, right? My phone, my computer, I've never used it more, and I know you guys have never used your computer more either. So it's just so appropriate, but remember that we are better together and we're getting through this together too. For our breathing for today, let's do the classic star breathing so that we can all take a moment to smile. Okay, ready? Stop, smile, take a deep breath, and relax. Let's do that 2 more times. Stop, smile, take a deep breath, and relax. Last time. Stop, smile, take a deep breath, and relax. Awesome. For our stretching for today, what do you say if we dance instead? I want to dance this one song with you guys, and I know that we already have our own choreography for it, which we all know, but I'm going to play the Just Dance version, And you can go ahead and either do that version of the choreography, or if you remember the one that we did at WOW a couple years ago where Jonathan P was Bruno Mars and Roy and Lewis were there and George P. Do you know what song I'm talking about? Bruno Mars was at the WOW experience, and we all know the dance move. Do you know? Hopefully you guessed it. Let's go ahead and get up and let's dance.
This is that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Styling, wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band bought that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some nigga in it. Take a sip, sign the check. Julio, get the stretch. Right to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we gon' show out. Smoother than a fresh drop skipping. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band bought that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Before we leave, let me tell y'all a little something. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you said and flown it. If you dance, jump on it. Don't brag about it, come show me. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you said and flown it. Well, it's Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh!
Did you know it was going to be Uptown Funk? Hopefully you did. This week for sign language, we have not been learning new words because this week we were having way too many parties with May the 4th and then Cinco de Mayo. But we are reviewing and making sure that you guys have this word memorized, and it is I love you in sign language. And even though it is 3 words spoken, it is just this one gesture in sign language, and this is how you say I love you. I know that we use it a lot on Zoom and to each other all the time, but now during this season, especially since we can't really be touching one another or hugging, it's more important than ever that we can communicate I love you behind a mask and without touch, okay? And the other special reason why we are learning I love you this week is because it is Mother's Day on Sunday. And this is the best way to show her something that you've been learning on WOW's virtual program, and a way that you can communicate your love for her even when you can't say it yourself. Okay? So today is Friday of doing this word. So hopefully by today, you already know it's been 5 days. Okay? But in case for some reason you still haven't learned it, let's go ahead and practice. So you want to put your hand out. What you're going to do is you're going to lower these 2 fingers right down. Nice and easy. So you leave your thumb, your pointer finger, and your pinky standing up. And that's it. I love you. See? And in art class, we've also made I love you magnets. Do you see it now? I don't have an I love you magnet in my house, but maybe you have one in yours. And if you haven't gotten a gift from Mom yet, or made one, or drawn something, or created something, then maybe you have an I love you magnet somewhere, and that's something you can give her and then show her that you learned how to do it yourself. I love you. Perfect. And all of this brings me back to our commitment for this week, which was to make something for Mom. Have you? I know Ashley H was a little worried because she hadn't had time to make something for her yet. So hopefully by now, Ashley, you have started something. And if you haven't, I do know that in today's art class, Miss Carolina is making some really cool craft that says WOWMOM. So don't tell your mom. But if you haven't made something, make sure you tune in to Miss Carolina's class so that you can give her something on Sunday. On Sunday. This Sunday. Coming up. Okay? Today is Friday, tomorrow Saturday, and then it's Sunday. Mother's Day. So make sure you have something to give her. That was our commitment for this week. If you've already started something, I'm so excited. I know she's going to absolutely love it because most importantly, it came from you. Okay? So, the next thing I wanted to do is I want to show a little thank you to all of our WOW moms. So, if you live with your mom, or if you are in a group home and you're being taken care of by someone who's like a mom to you, go ahead and ask them to come on over. Yes? So what you're going to do is I'm going to give you a minute to 2 minutes so you can go ahead and grab your mom. Now I know that if she's busy working from home, or if she's not home with you right now, or if your mom is no longer with us, I understand. So just be patient and don't worry if she's working, don't interrupt. You can maybe show her later, tell her that there was a special moment for her in our Brain Smart Start and you guys can watch it later. Or if not, don't worry, we'll go ahead and honor all of our WOW moms on social media on Sunday. So hopefully they can tune in to that. Okay? But if your mom is at home and she is available, I'm going to give you a minute and a half to go ahead and call her over, bring her over, so that you guys can watch this little part of our video together. Because we want to go ahead and honor her on behalf of the WOW Center. hopefully that was enough time for you to go ahead and ask your mom to join you for today's Brain Smart Start. And again, I know that for everyone, it might not be a mom per se biologically, which means the person that gave birth to you. But a lot of us are so lucky and blessed to have women in our lives that are like moms. Some of you have amazing sisters, amazing sister-in-laws, amazing group home managers. And it makes me emotional, and I hope it makes you emotional too today to know that you are so loved by them. And I hope that you're sticking to your commitment of making them something from your heart for this amazing Sunday where we're going to go ahead and celebrate Mother's Day. But moms, mother figures, I want you to know that on behalf of the WOW Center, we want to honor you. We want to let you know how loved you are. We want to let you know that we see your sacrifices and efforts, and there are not enough words to express our gratitude for you and how much we are alongside you on this fight of raising your amazing WOW individuals. We know that they're not always easy, right guys? But you have done such an incredible job at raising them, and for that we thank you and we honor you. So hopefully your center daughter is giving you a big hug right now, and hopefully you can feel our love through that. Thank you. Enjoy this next little sweet video. Okay guys, tell your mom, your sisters, your sister-in-law, whoever it was that you called over that's like a mom to you, tell them thank you for joining us. We love them, and next year we can't wait to celebrate. Usually we do a Mother's Day photo shoot, and this year it was a little bit hard to do so given everything, but next year we'll do it, and hopefully it'll be for more days so we can photograph all of you guys with your moms. Okay, let's go ahead and do our wish well. So for this week, we have been wishing well our moms. We've been making sure that they feel loved and appreciated. So hopefully you've been doing that too, saying thank you more times than you maybe even had to, and just helping out in any way that you could. Okay, and again, a special wish well to all of you who no longer have your moms with you. Hopefully this is a time where you can think of them and be happy and not sad, because you also had just an amazing mom. And even though she is no longer with you, I hope that you can feel her love this week, and especially on Sunday. You are so loved by so many people, and your mom is so proud of who you are. Okay, so let's go ahead and put our hands on our heart. You can close your eyes and think of your mom, think of your sister, think of your sister-in-law, think of everybody in your life who's been like a mom for you, who's taken care of you. I know that for a lot of you, Miss Lourdes back at WOW is like a mom, maybe even Miss Lisa or Miss Marta. So take this time to just think of them, and let's go ahead and wish them well. Ready? we wish them well. And then of course, let's go ahead and sing to our wish well song. Do you guys have the lyrics memorized? I've been playing it so much. I hope that you do. Let's go ahead and take a listen. The lyrics appear on screen and you can also hear them. So hopefully you're memorizing it. I can't wait to sing it together in person.
My heart to your heart, I wish you well. My elbow to your elbow, I wish you well. My back to your back, I wish you well. My eyes to your eyes, I wish you well. How can we help everyone we know? How can we help each other grow? Sometimes it's hard to know what to do. Wishing them well connects me and you. Wishing them well connects me and you. My heart to your heart, I wish you well. My elbow to your elbow, I wish you well. My back to your back, I wish you well. My eyes to your eyes, I wish you well. How can we help everyone we know? How can we help each other grow? Sometimes it's hard to do. Wishing that connects me and you. Wishing them well connects me and you. You make a difference. Let's move and wish your neighbor well. My knee to your, I wish you well. My shoulder to your shoulder, I wish you well. My hip to your hip, I wish you well. My hand to your hand, I wish you well. I wish you well. I wish you well.
Alright guys, so remember last thing, our commitment for this week was to make our moms a gift. So if you have yet not gotten started on something, remember you have today and tomorrow because Mother's Day is on Sunday. So make sure you go ahead and make something. And like I mentioned earlier, there's a really cute craft happening in art with Miss Carolina. So if you haven't done anything, that's your chance. Okay? Love you guys. I also have a little bit more of a current event. The Blue Angels. Do you guys know what those are? They're like these really, really fast planes, jets. Do not quote me. But just let your family know that the Blue Angels will be flying over Miami today around 1 p.m. So maybe right after the Zoom, that's something you could do. You can head on outside, see if you hear them or see them. Okay? Alrighty guys, I love you so much. I hope you have an incredible weekend and I will see you on Monday. And remember, today's Zoom is with Miss Lourdes. So it's a perfect opportunity to wish Miss Lourdes a happy Mother's Day and also ask her any questions or tell her anything about how you've been feeling over the last few weeks. Okay? Again, I love you guys. See you Monday.
Mother's Day. Mother's Day has been celebrated for many, many centuries and ages. Ancient Greeks and Romans celebrated it as a festival. So did the Christian people. But the Mother's Day we all have come to know and celebrate has a different reason.
Really? There's another reason for it?
Yes, and not a very happy story for it.
Why? What happened, dear?
First, you need to know about Anne Reeves Jarvis. In the 1900s in the US, before the Civil War, she started groups like the Mother's Day work clubs that helped the local women take care of their children. Later, these clubs came together and did many peacekeeping activities.
Wow!
But the actual Mother's Day did not come about till after 1905, when Anne passed away. Her daughter, Anna Jarvis, decided to celebrate Mother's Day as a way to celebrate the sacrifices moms make for their children. In May 1908, she had a huge celebration on the day with thousands of people joining. By 1912, everybody was celebrating the Mother's Day we know today.
I thought you said there was a sad story too behind it.
Well, as years passed by, people started celebrating Mother's Day with a lot of fanfare. But they forgot that the holiday was not just about gifts and treats, but about remembering and honoring the many sacrifices moms make for their children.
Oh, it just became a holiday.
Yes, exactly. And Anna Reeves Jarvis spent the rest of her life urging people to drop the show and pomp around the festival.
Wow, her whole life?
Yes, you know, she did not even marry and dedicated herself to the cause completely, just in honor of the lovely mothers all around the world.
You know, dear, tomorrow I will not go anywhere. Let's stay at home and plan a great day for Mom. We'll not let her do any work and will pamper her like the way she pampers us every single day.
That's a brilliant plan, Tofu. Then let us also buy a few things for breakfast and we can make her a delicious breakfast in bed.
Yes, let's do that.
Hey guys, Miss Caro here with another virtual art lesson for you. Happy Friday. I hope you guys had an amazing week, especially celebrating Cinco de Mayo. I know I did. I hope you guys did as well. So today's activity is actually going to be dedicated to all our WOW moms. Okay, so everyone who is special in our life and has been like a mother to us if we don't have ours with us. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and celebrate them by making a Mother's Day card for them. Before we get started though, let's get into some stretching and then we'll get into our activity. All right, so let's stretch to our left, stretch to your right, stretch up and down, up, down, one more big one, up, down, give yourself a big hug, squeeze. Take a deep breath in and relax. Way to go, guys. All right, so for our Mother's Day activity, we are going to listen to a read aloud book on Mother's Day, and then after we're going to make a super cool wow card for that special person in your life. Okay, so stay tuned, listen to the story, and then we'll meet right back here.
Reading Pioneers is proud to present The Night Before Mother's Day by Natasha Wing, illustrated by Amy Woomer. "'Twas the night before Mother's Day, when, as quiet as a mouse, Dad told us his plan to get Mom out of the house. Her sneakers were set by the doorway with care, in hopes that her running pals soon would be there. Then out in the yard there arose quite a crowd. 'Come on, let's go, girl!' her friends shouted real loud. So Mom in her sweatsuit and red baseball cap plugged in her earphones and jogged off in a snap. Away to the kitchen we flew like a flash, as if we were running a 100-yard dash. We measured and mixed a delicious cake batter, then blended the frosting. Oops! Way too much splatter. We made fancy cards, adding our I love yous, and a special coupon that Mom sure could use. When Mom came home, she saw the mess in the sink. "What'd I miss?" she asked. "Nothing," Dad said with a wink. We children then nestled all snug in our beds, while visions of Mom danced in our heads. The next morning we presented a giant bouquet. "It's for you, Mom," we cried. "Happy Mother's Day!" She read both of our cards, and after wiping her eyes, said, "A private spa session? What a lovely surprise!" We took Mom to the kitchen where our spa was set up. Dad served her black coffee in an extra large cup. We rubbed her shoulders, we massaged her feet. Mom sighed and smiled. "You kids are so sweet." I wrapped a towel turban to cover her hair. Then we dabbed on a mud mask. No mess anywhere. I painted her nails. What glittery fun! A top coat of polish. Voila! Manicure done. Dad said, "The chef will be serving a divine gourmet brunch." That's a meal that comes between breakfast and lunch. So Mom hurried off to go and get dressed. We took seats at the table, behaving our best. When what to our wondering eyes should appear but the perfect model for Mother of the Year? Her eyes, how they sparkled! Her brown hair, how curly! Her cheeks were like roses, her skirt very twirly. We raised our juice glasses and offered a toast to the world's greatest mom, and that's not a boast. Mom thanked us for everything. It brought her such cheer. She wished it could be Mother's Day every day of the year. Thank you everyone for reading along with us with the story The Night Before Mother's Day. I want to thank my niece for finding this book because Mother's Day is a very special day in our family. And so I hope with this story, you can share it with your mom and make Mother's Day special for you guys as well. So comment below your memories with your mother and maybe some activities you like to do for Mother's Day. If you liked the video, click the thumbs up and don't forget to subscribe to read more books being uploaded on this channel every week. If you have other suggestions for books that you'd like to hear, you can email me, contact@readingpioneers.com, or comment in any of the books below, and I'll be sure to check them and try to upload your suggestions as soon as possible. In the meantime, here are some other books that you may be interested to share with your mother. Well, unfortunately, this is all the time we have for this video. So, until next time, I hope you guys have an amazing Mother's Day. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, guys. I hope you enjoyed that Mother's Day story. Now we're going to move on to our activity. Before we start with our activity, though, we're going to go ahead and gather our materials. Okay, so the materials for this activity are pretty simple. You're going to need a pair of scissors. Okay, some scissors. You're going to need the template that I sent out, that I created for you guys. Okay, you're going to need a cup with a water and glue mixture inside, a paintbrush, and some tissue paper. Okay, I decided to go with pink. My mom likes pink, so I'm going to do pink for her. So I have different shades of pink here. Not sure if you can see them. Okay, but I have like a blush pink, I have like a peachy pink, a carnation pink, and like a magenta. Okay, so we're gonna show our WOW moms how much we appreciate them and how much we love them by making a Mother's Day card for them. So go ahead and grab your materials, and then we'll meet right back here. Guys, I hope you were able to find your materials easily. We're gonna go ahead and get started with our cards. Remember, when we are working on these cards, to be very intentional and take your time creating them and make them unique and special to honor our mothers on Mother's Day. Like I said earlier, even if you don't have your mom with you or present, you can always give it to someone who is like a mother to you or who means a lot to you. Okay, So our first step with our card is to grab our template that I sent out, and we're gonna go ahead and grab our scissors and cut it out. Okay, so we're gonna go around all the edges, cutting out the word mom. Alright, and if you notice, when you have it open like this, it says WOWMOM. Okay, and that's exactly who this is meant for. Okay, then when you flip it the other way, it has the same word on it. So wow upside down is mom, and mom upside down is wow. Okay, so we're going to use that to our advantage for this card, so we can show our wow moms just how much they mean to us. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, cut this out. Okay, remember to go around the edges. If you want to, you can cut out the little circle in the middle and the 2 diamonds here. You're not required to do so, just because when we fold it over, it's gonna be like a card. So if you want to write in it and you don't want anything to disrupt the writing, then I wouldn't cut that out. But if you don't plan on doing that, then you can cut these out as well. Just leave the little O. Up to you. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and cut all the way around. I'm just gonna leave the O's filled in and this area here so that I can write without any disruption. Alright, so I'm gonna cut all the way around. Okay, cut the bottom. And then I'll show you guys when I fold it how my card is gonna look. Okay, I'm gonna cut out the M here. Cut this one over here. Cut this M. Alright, this is almost done. Okay, I'm gonna cut out these little triangles here. This one over here. Okay, try to be precise when you're cutting it, because when you fold it over, you're gonna be able to notice any discrepancies. So it should be lined up with the other one. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and fold it in half right now. Right along the line, you'll be able to see it. See, straight across. Alright, so you're gonna fold it right down the middle. And then if you notice any discrepancies, you can go ahead and even them out. Okay, so see here, I haven't cut out this part, so you can tell that it's not aligned. Okay, so I'm gonna cut it out here. Alright, I'm gonna cut this triangle out so it's even on both sides. Alright. Okay, so right now, this is what your card should look like. Okay, so it says mom. Okay, when you open it up, it's gonna say wow mom. Okay, you can see it here. Alright, so that you're able to see it better, you can use a pencil like I was saying. Sorry, I got cut off. You can trace the letters, you can see through, so that you're able to see it on both sides. So go ahead and take the next minute to cut out your template and to mark it on the inside. Alright, and then I'll meet you guys right back here to continue our card. Guys, now that we have our mom card all cut out and traced on the inside, see how it says WOWMOM now? We're gonna go ahead and add our tissue paper. Okay, so when you're adding your tissue paper, you're gonna cut it out into small pieces. All right, so we're gonna grab our scissors and we're gonna cut these strips. Doesn't matter if it's even or not. I'll show you why now. Okay, so you're gonna cut it into different size. You can do rectangles, squares. All right, and I'm gonna use all the different colors that I showed you guys earlier to add onto my card. Okay, so I'm gonna cut out some pieces of magenta, then some of the peach, some of the carnation, and some of the blush. Okay, I'm gonna cut another piece here. I'm gonna show you guys in steps so that you're able to do it with me. Okay, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so using your mom card and template, we're gonna grab our water and glue mixture. Okay, so this takes 2 steps. We're gonna start off with the first one. We're gonna grab our water and glue mixture and we're gonna brush some of it on to our letter M. Okay, then we're gonna grab some of the tissue paper we just cut out. Okay, and we're gonna place it right on top, like that. Okay, now I'm gonna grab some blush. Remember, you can always overlap, it doesn't matter. Okay, just make sure you're staying in the lines. Okay, so we overlapped a pink one there. Okay, so once you're done doing that and adding your pieces of tissue paper to cover it, you're gonna grab the glue mixture again and you're gonna go over it to seal it in. Okay, make sure not to overdo it. You don't want your paper to get too soggy because then it might rip. But I'm gonna continue cutting pieces. I'm gonna grab another piece, maybe of the peach, so you can see how it looks when you start overlapping the colors. Okay, so I'm gonna grab some of the carnation pink and some of the peach to add to our mosaic Mother's Day card, and then you guys will see. Remember, do different sizes. Okay, I'm gonna add some of the glue mixture first. Okay, add one piece going this. So remember, they can go up and down, diagonal, side to side, however you want, as long as you're staying in the lines so that you keep the shape of your card. Okay, I'm gonna add some of the peach. Again, remember, it doesn't matter size, shape. I would try to keep them a little on the smaller side, just so that it's easier to manage staying in the lines. Because if you make them too big, it's going to be a little bit harder to stay in the lines. And if you do this, you see how it's sticking out a little bit on this side, you can always grab your scissor and just trim it, okay? And even it out. Alright. And then remember, always go ahead and seal it in. Once you place it, you seal it in. Okay? Try not to wet it too much again, because you don't want it to rip. So I'm going to repeat this same process throughout the whole mom card, and then we'll meet right back here. Okay? So go ahead and take the next few minutes to do that, and then I'll see you guys. Guys, I'm back and I have finished adding my tissue paper to my card. I'm going to show you what it looks like. So it's a mosaic. I've added the layer of glue on the bottom and then on top. Okay, so now my card is ready to be written on. Okay, before I write on it though, I'm going to go ahead and trace what I've already done in pencil with a pink marker. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do that and then I'll show you guys what it looks like. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and trace it. Okay, I'm going to go around the O. Okay, on this side, same thing. Remember, you don't have to do this. That's only if you want to really highlight your word. Alright, just so that it stands out. Okay, almost done. And my card's still a little bit wet, so my marker is sliding a little bit. So if you're going to do that, make sure you wait until your card is completely dry before attempting to write in it. Okay, and if you decided to cut it from the beginning in the little spaces, then don't even worry about that step. Okay, so now it's going to be more visible. It says Mom on the outside, and when they open the card, it says WOWMOM. Okay, and now you can go ahead and write your message inside. Whatever you feel like you want to say to honor and show appreciation to those that we call mom or consider a mom. So I hope you guys enjoyed this craft and that you're able to create a special card for a special someone in your life. Make sure that you take pictures, tag us on social media, and join us on Zoom to show us your cards. And I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend and spend it with those that you love. All right, I wish you well, and I'll see you next time.
Yes, Mom. Yes, I brushed my teeth. Yes, I'm using a clean shirt, I promise. Yes. Oh, hi guys. Hey, you just got me talking to my mom. I try to talk to my mom every day actually, but now more than ever. And you know why? Well, this coming Sunday is May the 10th, and we are celebrating Mother's Day, which is great. Yes, Mom, I promise I'll fix my bed. I'll call you later, okay? I'm a little busy right now. Okay, bye. Mother's Day is a day that we take to celebrate all mothers. Yes, that amazing figure that is behind us, always telling us what to do, but with love. Yeah, but you can ask me what Mother's Day has to do with science. Well, through the history, a lot of women have been also mothers, and these mothers have been scientists, famous scientists that have done a lot for humanity, a lot for people, a lot for the earth. And that's what we're gonna be studying today. Famous mothers in history that were also scientists and what they did for us. But first, history behind Mother's Day. How is this celebration created? Well, let's watch.
Mother's Day. Mother's Day has been celebrated for many, many centuries and ages. Ancient Greeks and Romans celebrated it as a festival. So did the Christian people. But the Mother's Day we all have come to know and celebrate has a different reason.
Really? There's another reason for it?
Yes, and not a very happy story for it.
Why? What happened, Tia?
First, you need to know about Anne Reeves Jarvis. In the 1900s in the US, before the Civil War, she started groups like the Mother's Day work clubs that helped the local women take care of their children. Later, these clubs came together and did many peacekeeping activities.
Wow!
But the actual Mother's Day did not come about till after 1905, when Anne passed away. Her daughter, Anna Jarvis, decided to celebrate Mother's Day as a way to celebrate the sacrifices moms make for their children. In May 1908, she had a huge celebration on the day with thousands of people joining. By 1912, everybody was celebrating the Mother's Day we know today.
I thought you said there was a sad story too behind it.
Well, as years passed by, people started celebrating Mother's Day with a lot of fanfare. But they forgot that the holiday was not just about gifts and treats, but about remembering and honoring the many sacrifices moms make for their children.
Oh, it just became a holiday.
Yes, exactly. And Anna Reeves Jarvis spent the rest of her life urging people to drop the show and pomp around the festival.
Wow, her whole life?
Yes, you know, she did not even marry and dedicated herself to the cause completely, just in honor of the lovely mothers all around the world.
You know, Tia, tomorrow I will not go anywhere. Let's stay at home and plan a great day for Mom. We'll not let her do any work and will pamper her like the way she pampers us every single day.
That's a brilliant plan, Tofu. Then let us also buy a few things for breakfast And we can make her a delicious breakfast in bed?
Yes, let's do that.
The history of Mother's Day, it's amazing. We cannot forget that women have played an incredibly important role in our history, including the science. I have here 4 examples of women that were also mothers and scientists at the same time. How they do it and what did they do? Well, let's see to it. 4 mothers in science history. Mother number 1, Marie Curie. Yes, although scientist Marie Curie is best known for being the first woman to win a Nobel Prize, well, she also raised her 2 young daughters alone after her husband died in an accident in 1906. Actually, one of her daughters, her name was Irene Jolie Curie, also won the same Nobel Prize as her mom. That's an amazing mom. Mother number 2, Elizabeth Blackwell. Elizabeth Blackwell, who was born in 1821, was the first woman to graduate from medical school here in the United States, in the state of New York. He also became an activist for poor women's health and went on to found a medical school from women in England. She had 1 daughter. Mother number 3, Jane Goodall. Yes, the most famous primate scientist in history. Jane Goodall was renowned for her work with chimpanzees and as a champion of animal rights. That is actually really cool. And Goodall wasn't just working in laboratories. No, she climbed trees and mimicked the behavior of the chimps in Africa to gain their trust and also to study them in their natural habitat. She had 1 son. Mother number 4. And I think we all know this one. Do you remember this guy?
My dad taught me from a very early age. Be at one with the snake. Feel it, son. And I am.
Well, Terry Irving was the woman behind him, or in front of him, or everywhere. Yes, this amazing woman, she's an American-Australian naturalist, conservationist, and author, and also she's the owner of the Australian Zoo. She works with animals, with a lot of them, and some of them very dangerous. That's really cool. Who doesn't like working with animals? Oh, and she has 2 children. These are only 4 mothers, but there are many others. Women have not always had the role that they have today, but without doubt, they have always been very important for each aspect of our history. Yes, for science, for medicine, for education, and not only as teachers, but also as mothers. Mother's Day is not just a celebration to buy a gift. Yes, do it, buy your mom something, but also celebrate her. Yes, do not forget that Mother's Day is also a day to remember what our mothers have done for us and to honor them. And how do we do that? Well, it's very simple actually. Helping them every day, not making them have a hard time, doing what they send us to do, loving them. It's really easy to honor our mothers. Just be with her every time that she needs you the same way that she is with you every time that you need her. But remember, a mother is not necessarily someone who physically gives birth to us. No, many of us have an adoptive mother where we might not have grown in their belly, but we definitely grew in their hearts. Yes, so remember please, if you have someone who is like a mother to you, that show you unconditional love, on Mother's Day, celebrate them too. And if unfortunately your mom is no longer with us in this world, well, celebrate their memory and the legacy of their love that you are. Because in one way or another, we all are who we are today because of a mother's love and care. Moms everywhere, You are wow. Happy Mother's Day. Guys, this is the moment for our activity. But since it's a special day, I'll give you independent work. Well, independent none doesn't mean go and do whatever you want. No. We're gonna practice a little bit two of our skills. It can be either writing, or you can also think about it and you're gonna speak. What are you gonna do? Well, this one is a letter that I'm actually writing for my mom. It's not ready yet, but I'm working on it. So I want you to go get a paper and a pencil and write down a letter for your mom or to that person that is special to you. And also, if writing is a problem, no worries. Think about it. You have 5 minutes to think what you want to say to your mom. And after that, I encourage you to say it. Don't leave anything out. Say everything you feel for your mom, how grateful you are, how thankful you are for her. Okay? So your time starts right now. Write it or think it and then give it to your mom. Did you finish? I know you did an amazing job. Guys, this was our class for today. It was an amazing Mother's Day special. And I hope you can share all this love with all the mothers in the world. Before we go, I have an amazing video here from our friends in Zoo, Miami. You want to know what it's about? Just stay with me 4 more minutes. Guys, it was amazing to be with you. I hope I see you next class. I wish you well. Bye.
Hey, I'm Ron McGill. Welcome back to another episode of Zoo Academy. Today we're behind the scenes with Crystal and Hank, our sloth bear. And what you're seeing is a wonderful routine. This is part of a training routine that many of us do here with many of the animals at the zoo. And it's not to train them to do tricks. This is basically to help them participate in their own care. For instance, you'll notice that Crystal will ask for behavior. If he does the behavior correctly, she blows the whistle. The whistle is basically what we call a bridge. It tells the animal he's done the right thing, and then he gets a reward. Like right now, she's looking into his mouth. These behaviors enable us to help better care for the animal. As opposed to having to chemically immobilize or anesthetize the animal, if we can get him to show us the inside of his mouth, we can look for dental issues, she can do all kinds of things. She can get him to get into position if she needs to give him an injection. She'll turn him around, she'll get him to face, and she voluntarily presses against him with an injection, so he learns to take an injection without having to be again restrained. This removes the stress from the animal. All these behaviors are conducive to the better health care of the animal. We do a lot of things for what's called enrichment too. Now you look at sloth bear, as you notice him going around in a circle, this unfortunately was a behavior that actually led to the demise of a lot of sloth bears in the wild, because they're also known as the dancing bears. For many, many years, a cultural belief was to pull these animals out of the wild. They ripped them away from their babies, and they tied a rope to them, they ran it through their nose, and they made them dance in the streets for money in India. Thankfully, a wonderful organization started a huge campaign and eventually removed all the dancing bears. So now these bears are making a little bit of a comeback. The really unique thing about these bears is they're omnivores, but the main part of their diet is basically insects, ants and termites. They will eat on a variety of fruits and vegetables, things like figs and mangoes when they're in season, but they're specifically adapted to eating insects. Now you see what she's doing here, she's target training him. She's showing him to go to a certain target that enables him to get into a position that she needs him to be in for whatever type of examination he's going through. Again, this is incredibly important because it allows the animal to participate in its own health care. But as I was saying, they feed on termites and ants, and they're specifically adapted to do that. They're actually missing two teeth in the center, two of their top incisors. There actually is an opening there, and that opening enables them to make their lips become like a straw so they can suck up the ants. They have very long claws that you can see. Those claws are very powerful. It enables them to dig into the termite mounds and the ant hills, and then they actually will suck up those ants. And what we'll do is we'll demonstrate that for you here. That's the actual suction power they have. Crystal's going to give him some grapes, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of his favorite foods, which are mealworms, and I'm going to take these mealworms and put them in my hand like this, and you're going to see when Hank puts that straw up to his mouth, what happens to those mealworms? Gone. So this incredible suction that they have, again, this wonderful natural adaptation that they have to get their food. Sloth bears, the males can get to be sometimes close to 300 pounds, the females close to 200 pounds. And that can fluctuate depending on the bear. You notice they have very long black hair, and people think, gosh, they live in India. Why would they have such long hair? Isn't it overly hot for them? Well, they really don't have an undercoat. And believe it or not, that black hair protects them from biting insects and also helps insulate them from the heat as opposed to getting hotter. So the sloth bear is a wonderful animal. Hank is a wonderful example of sloth bears. Crystal is a wonderful example of the staff here that works with these animals every day to condition them to help better care for them on an ongoing basis. Hopefully you can come back and see Hank out on exhibit when the zoo reopens. Hey, I'm Ron McGill here in my office at Zoo Miami. I hope you're enjoying Zoo Academy. And listen, if you've got any questions regarding any of the things you see on any of the segments, please email them to education@zoomiami.org. And hopefully I can get to some of them in future segments and give you some good answers. We'll see you around.
Hey guys, today we're going to do some drip art. But first we're going to have a dance party, you know, the usual. Get loose, get funky. Then we're going to do some stretching, you know what I mean? And from there I'm going to teach you how to do some drip art, okay? Let's get started. Alright guys, we're gonna do this dance party a little bit different today, okay? So first, what we're gonna do is, if you're sitting at your desk, that's completely fine. Please get a paper, okay? Maybe tape it down a little bit and get like crayons, markers, paint if you can, but make sure you put like a plastic bag underneath so you don't mess up the table or anything like that, okay? So we're gonna party now, alright? So I got my markers. And what this is gonna do is gonna help with your motor skills, okay? So I got my markers ready. Cue music.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid.
Alright guys, we're gonna do some stretching now, alright? We're gonna put our arms up, okay? We're gonna reach to the sky. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Now down. Alright, we're gonna do it again. Stretch, 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 stretch. And down. One more time. Stretch, 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 reach for the sky. Reach, reach, reach. And down. Alright. Roll that shoulders, you know. Alright, now put your hands out. And put your left hand under your right hand. And pull to your face like boop, boop, boop. Alright. Also here. So you can see better. Now you're going to bring it out. And then you're going to bring it back in. Right hand under the left hand now. And stretch. Oof. Wow, I'm pretty sore. You know, working out, getting some big guns. Alright, now you're going to put your right hand up and bend it back. And you're going to bring your left and, not too rough, okay? You don't want to hurt yourself. So you gently, slowly pull a little bit. You can actually lean to the other side. So, and stretch out these muscles here. Okay? And then you're going to bring it down. You're going to put your left hand up. You're going to bring the other arm down so your elbow's up. You're going to bring your right hand and stretch, stretch, stretch. And you're going to, lean to the right. Stretch it out. Now we're going to do some windmills. Get the body moving. You're going to rotate your neck. Ooh, feels good. Sorry, I did it again. You can't go fast. Remember, you got to go slow so you don't hurt yourself. Ooh. So you want to go one way, and then you want to go the other way. I'm feeling loose. All right, just shake it all about. All right, guys, let's get ready for the lesson. Okay, guys, now we're gonna prepare and get ready for our dripping art. So first and foremost, we need gloves, okay? So we're gonna be using these for a type of drip art. You're gonna need crayons, okay? A hot glue gun. All right, make sure, and remember, please have your parents there. You need parental supervision, okay? Please. You're gonna need a hair dryer, all right? You're gonna need paints, acrylic that are liquidy, okay? You're gonna need some cups. You're gonna need a lighter and a screwdriver or Phillips screw, whichever you need. And this is where the gloves come in. You can also use RIT dye more, okay? It's a synthetic dye, which allows you to do like tie-dye shirts or stuff like that, okay? But they can get very messy. And you're also gonna need a trash bag, right? You're gonna need to put this on the table or on the floor outside if you're gonna do this, okay? And so that it's an easy cleanup, okay? So let's get started. Alright guys, so we're gonna do the crayon drip. Alright, I'm gonna put my handy dandy hot glue gun. Okay, I'm gonna put it on, let it start heating up, okay? What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put a time lapse so it can go a little bit faster, but just so you can get some instructions, you're gonna take off the wrapper. Okay, have your parentals or your caretakers help you with this. You're gonna take out these, okay? You're gonna take out the paper, all right? And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna glue it on. We're gonna glue it on like this. You can do it like this, you can do it like this, and you're gonna glue it on like all the colors, okay? Like that. All right? Let's get started.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day.
Alright guys, now that we finished with the cool crayon drip project, I mean it's pretty awesome, pretty easy, you know. Make sure you still have your parents around, alright? It can get, you know, crayons are made out of wax, so if when you're heating up it can spurt and it can burn you, so please be careful, okay? So for now we're gonna need a screwdriver, a lighter, and cups and paints. We're gonna do a type of drip art, okay? You can use, for this I would recommend a poster board, okay? But for this one I think you can use a paper. I mean, that's what I'm gonna use. So, you know, get your paints and all that ready, okay? And also you need a string. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna poke holes in the bottom of the plastic cups, okay? And then we're gonna poke holes on the sides, and we're gonna have a string, and we're gonna, like, we can twist the string or we can swing it and it'll do like some cool, really cool design, okay? Alright, let's get started.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog, was a good friend of mine. I never understood a single word he said, but I helped him a drink his wine. And he always had somebody fine wine, singing joy to the world. All the boys and girls now, go to the fishes in the deep blue sea.
Okay guys, so I messed up and I figured out what to do. So with the screwdriver, the holes might be too small. So what you want to do is you want to get the hot glue gun, and what I did was, remember, parental will do this, your parentals or your guardian, okay? You want to get the hot glue gun. You don't want to press the trigger, but you want to, since it's so hot at the tip, it will melt a decent sized hole so that the acrylic paint or any type of paint that you're using that's a little bit more liquidy than others can seep through. Okay, now I'm just gonna tie this knot. Alright, so now what I did was I lathered this whole paper, okay? Remember, this is why we have the trash bag, with acrylic paint, black, so the colors could pop out. And I used a hot glue stick, but you could use like a ruler or an old pencil and just kind of smooth it out, okay? So now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna transfer my mistake. We're gonna do this really quick. Okay, we're gonna put some more. Alright, let's hurry up. there's not enough paint. What I did was I used some water to loosen up the paint. This got pretty hectic. I don't know, I think the holes or the paint was too thick, but maybe you guys have some ideas and I would love to see them. Maybe you and your parents or your guardians can do this at home and figure out a way for the paint to work. I would love to see them, okay? Send these pictures or videos that you do to my email, okay? It's Juan@wowcentermiami.org, okay? Juan@wowcentermiami.org. So if you guys do these kind of projects, please email them to me. All right, I would love to see them and see you guys participating, okay? Awesome. So now what we're gonna do is the next one. So I have a canvas, okay, but you can use a poster, or if you want a canvas, you can go to, I think Walmart has them, or you can go to Michael's, okay? What we're gonna need now is we're gonna need gloves, okay? So because now we're gonna use the dye. So this dye is for, as I said earlier, is for tie-dye, okay? And we're gonna see what we can do with it. And you can even use a blow dryer and all that, so yeah, remember, this is permanent, so you gotta be careful. Please have parental supervision. Just don't go be doing these things on your own, all right? Remember, we're not at WOW, I'm not there, okay? Or Caro's not there, okay? So we're gonna, maybe we can actually do the cup thing here. Let's try it. Okay. Try to cover up the holes a little bit. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna let it fall. Okay. You're gonna turn it around, do different designs. Okay. So this is just letting the paint do its work for you. So all you're gonna do is shift the canvas around. Okay. So what it does is that it's moving the water, or the dye, in different directions. Okay. So it allows for a cool technique. So you don't necessarily need the cup. Shake it a little bit. Okay, you can pour some. Remember, close it back up so it doesn't go everywhere. And remember, you see, I'm still using the same trash bag. You don't want to waste stuff. So look, I'm bringing it down. Looking cool. All right, now we're gonna use yellow, maybe to lighten it up a little bit. Lighten it up. Wait. Okay. Ooh. And what you can even do this. Okay, and then let's say if you want to get pretty artistic with it, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the orange. Actually, let's get blue. Okay, shake it up. Remember, since you're wearing gloves, what you're gonna do is you can actually make a little hole. Don't take off the plastic, the safety thing, and you're gonna make splatters. Does anybody remember what artist we studied in class that did these like a splatter types of painting? Well, I hope you guessed right, because it's no, not Andy Warhol. Oh my God, Jackson Pollock. Look at me, I'm going crazy. I need to get out of this quarantine. So you see how we did this? Now what we can do is we can add cool colors. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take these gloves off in a specific way so I don't get the dye on me, but I'm still gonna use it to move this. And what we're gonna do is, as before in my intro, I'm gonna get some puff paint and make it all cool and stuff. So you can do different techniques. You can throw it around, jump around, you can drop it, okay? So this is a really good fun activity to do at home with your parents, okay? To get, to come together and laugh and have fun and get a little messy, all right? And if you don't want to get paint on your arms or anything like that, you can wear a long sleeve shirt that you use to work, like do yard work or anything like that, just so you don't dirt yourself. Okay. Now let's see the final product. Awesome. Alright guys, now I'm going to show you the video of where I got the idea for the drip project that I failed at, but hopefully you guys can succeed, alright? Alright, bye guys.
welcome back, guys. So yesterday we spoke about this beautiful lady right here, and we talked about growing and planting gardens, and also growing and planting seeds of love and goodness and kindness, which is what my grandma did for me. And then your homework was to go and think about how you can do that for others, or honoring someone who's done that for you. Did you guys do that? You still have time. You have time because on Sunday is Mother's Day, so it's the perfect time. Hello, it's music time. Hello, it's music time. Hello, it's music time, and we're gonna have some fun. Stomp your feet, it's music time. Stomp your feet, it's music time. Stomp your feet, it's music time, and we're gonna have some fun. Good job, everybody. All right, if you're not up, get up. Let's get moving. Clap your hands, it's music time. Clap your hands, it's music time. Clap your hands, it's music time, and we're gonna have some fun. Give a smile, it's music time. Give a smile, it's music time. Give a smile, it's music time, and we're gonna have some fun. All right, everybody, let's dance. Dance around, it's music time. Dance around, it's music time. Dance around, it's music time, and we're gonna have some fun. Good job. I see you up and moving. Great work, everybody. Got to get that blood flowing today. So for today's session, it's going to be very special because I've invited someone here into our virtual classroom to join us and to tell a little bit about their life and also to sing. So that special lady today is my mother. I'm honoring her today by having her on our virtual classroom experience, and I hope you really enjoy it. So just some facts about my mom. She was my teacher. I don't know if she's going to share that with you or not, but she was my teacher for 9 years, from the 1st through the 9th grade. She also taught my brother at home. So not only was she a stay-at-home mom for part of her career life, she was my teacher. She had other jobs as well, different times, but that's what I remember about her, and I want to honor her for today, is pouring those seeds of love and kindness into me and those seeds of goodness. And my mom also is a singer, so she'll tell you a little bit about that history. She is a minister's wife, and she was a pastor's wife for many, many years. So you'll be hearing from her and my dad today. So I'm honored and overjoyed for them to join us in the virtual classroom. Welcome, guys.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jackie Baldwin, Jessica's mom, coming to you from North Carolina. I'm not a stranger. I've met most of you, and I have been to the WOW Center and been to your shows. I'd like to give honor to all the moms today, the WOW moms, teachers and staff, moms or caregivers who take care of the individuals at home or in group homes, the stay-at-home moms who cook, clean, do laundry, and teach their children, the first responder moms, someone who is like a mom to you, church moms, which brings to mind a special lady at our last pastorate. She was never married and she never had any children, but she was a church mom. She was an example to the younger women. She worked in our church everywhere she was able and as long as she was able to do so. Every year when we had our Mother's Day tea, she was so excited to bring a new recipe. So I'm asking you to do something special for your mom or the one who is like a mom to you. Here are some ideas. Tell her you love her. Give her a hug if you live in the same house. Write her a card. Do a special act of kindness to help her. Whatever way you choose, let her know that you love and appreciate her. And on the note about hugging, we love to be close to each other, but we can't do that right now because of the virus. We're having to do the same as you here in North Carolina. We are practicing social distancing. We're using a mask or gloves when needed. And I encourage you, obey the safety precautions and know that there will be a day when you'll be able to go to WOW again. Until then, stay safe. After my mom passed away, I found a very old song she had copied. It was written in 1915 by Howard Johnson, and the music was written by Theodore Morse. It spells out mother, and I'm going to sing it for you right now. M is for the million things she gave me. O means only that she's growing old. T is for the tears she shed to save me. H is for her heart of purest gold. E is for her eyes of love light shining. R means right, and right she'll always be. Put them all together, they spell mother, a word that means the world to me. I have been a minister's wife for 48 years, and 38 years of that, I've been a pastor's wife. The first year that we were married, we traveled in revival work, that is, preaching in a different church each week. A lot of those were small churches that had no one to play the piano. It really troubled me, and I cried because I couldn't play. I asked God to help me to learn, and I promised to use the talent in church. My husband showed me the basic chords, and I learned to play by ear. Now that means that I don't play by reading the notes, but by what I hear in my mind and knowing what notes to play on the keyboard. I don't have a piano in the home right now, but we have a guitar. And my husband is coming to play a song that we can sing all together. He's also going to play by ear. As I explained, he hears it rather than reading notes. We've been singing together and leading worship for 48 years. I'm going to give you the words to this so that you can sing along with us where you are.
Hi guys, good to be with you.
I'm going to get a sip of water here before I start on this.
Looking forward to singing with you.
So here we go with, like this. It goes, I've got peace like a river, I've got peace like a river, I've got peace like a river in my soul. And then you repeat those same lines again. The second time, we're going to sing, I've got joy like a fountain. And the third is, I've got love like the ocean. Simple. First of all, peace like a river, joy like a fountain, and love like the ocean. Then we're going to mix it up at the end and have a little fun with it. I have to sing a little bit faster. We'll go, I've got peace, joy, love like a river, saying all three of those words. So here we go. Let's try it all together, and you help us sing out there. I've got peace like a river, I've got peace like a river, I've got peace like a river in my soul. I've got peace like a river, I've got peace like a river, I've got peace like a river in my soul. Now joy like a fountain, I've got joy like a fountain, I've got joy like a fountain, I've got joy like a fountain in my soul. I've got joy like a fountain, I've got joy like a fountain, I've got joy like a fountain in my soul. Now love like the ocean, I've got love like the ocean, I've got love like the ocean, I've got love like the ocean in my soul. I've got love like the ocean, I've got love like the ocean, I've got love like the ocean in my soul. I've got peace, joy, love like a river, I've got peace, joy, love like a river, I've got peace, joy, love like a river in my soul. I've got peace, joy, love
like a river. I've got peace, joy, love like a river. I've got peace, joy, love like a river in my soul. Good job. Give yourselves a hand out there. As I mentioned, we both learned to play by ear. My husband learned how to play the auto harp, then the guitar, then the piano. So if you have something that you really want to do, get out there and try. It's not too late. With determination and hard work and someone to encourage you, you can do it. This next song gives honor to these people who have helped us all along the way with our dreams. And it is one that you love, and my daughter loves it, and I do too. Wind Beneath My Wings. Must have been cold there in my shadow to never have sunlight on your face. You were content to let me shine, that's your way. You always walked a step behind. So I was the one with all the glory, while you were the one with all the strain. Beautiful face without a name for so long. Beautiful smile to hide the pain. Did you ever know that you're my hero? Everything I would like to be. I can fly higher than an eagle. You are the wind beneath my wings. Might have appeared to go unnoticed, but I've got it all here in my heart. I want you to know I know the truth. Of course I know I would be nothing without you. You ever know that you're my hero? You're everything I wish I could be. I can fly higher than an eagle. For you are the wind beneath my wings. You ever know that you're my hero? Everything I would like to be. I can fly higher than an eagle. For you are the wind beneath my wings. A couple of other things that I learned as an adult. I have sung all my life, but it was a long time before I used a soundtrack. I was terrified of doing that, but someone helped me. Now I'm comfortable with it. as you can see, I just used one. Another thing that I had never done before was a mime. I was asked to help a team of young people whose leader had moved, and I agreed to help them prepare for a competition. That was over 20 years ago. I fell in love with the mime, and I led 2 teams at the last church that we just retired from. Ladies have a lot of titles: wife, mother, grandmother, daughter, niece, sister. You wear many hats: chef, nurse, chauffeur, caregiver, working outside the house. You're at once gentle and strong. We honor you today. One of the church events that I planned and enjoyed for many years was the Mother's Day program. This next song is one I have sung since Jessica and Ben were small, and it is still one of my favorites. So if you are a mother, you have a mom and blessed to have her with you still, or if she's already passed, if you are a woman or a man, you have a mom, and this song touches a place in all of us. It's called The Goodnight Kiss. I count it as a privilege, I count it cause for praise, to kiss my children goodnight at the close of every day. For I know too soon they're up and gone and walking out the door, and I'll never have a child to kiss goodnight anymore. It's very strange how times have changed from the present to the past. When did they grow so quickly? The time has flown so fast. For it seems that only yesterday I helped him with his shirt, or pat my baby on the back, or kissed away a hurt. Tell a story, read a book, wipe a nose or tie a shoe. They never ask me to rub their back the way they used to do. Once it was a bother, just a troublesome kind of chore. Now I would give anything to do it just once more. Mommy, bounce me on your knee. Daddy, flip me in the air. Throw a rubber ball to me and help me comb my hair. Mommy, tickle my tummy. Daddy, hold me high. Let's go outside for a while, or make a kite to fly. I count it as a privilege, I count it cause for praise, to kiss my children goodnight at the close of every day. For I know too soon they're up and gone and walking out the door, and I'll never have a child to kiss goodnight anymore. And I'll never have a child to kiss goodnight anymore. And during this time, at the end of the song, I would sometimes say, I love you, Jess. I love you, Ben. Then they would say,
I love you too, Mommy. I've enjoyed visiting with you today. God bless you and have a happy Mother's Day.
So did you guys love that? Did you have fun? I sure did. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for joining us today. Thank you for sharing your heart, your life, your songs, and thank you for pouring into me. So let's say goodbye to each other for now, and we're going to talk a little bit about your homework. And I have to say a big I'm sorry to Silver Group because I forgot to sing goodbye to you yesterday. And you are in my heart. Sometimes my brain can't keep up with my heart. All right, so let's sing goodbye together, and this time we're going to sing to Silver too. Goodbye, Group 1. Goodbye, Group 1. Goodbye, Group 1. We'll see each other soon. Goodbye, Group 2. Goodbye, Group 2. Goodbye, Group 2. We'll see each other soon. Goodbye, Group 3. Goodbye, Group 3. Goodbye, Group 3. We'll see each other soon. Goodbye, Group 4. Goodbye, Group 4. Goodbye, Group 4. We'll see each other soon. Goodbye, Group 5. Goodbye, Group 5. Goodbye, Group 5. We'll see each other soon. Goodbye, Silver. Goodbye, Silver. Goodbye, Silver. We'll see each other soon. Goodbye, friends. Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye, my friends. We'll see each other soon. Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye, my friends. Music time is done. All right, so I want you guys to go, and I want you to draw a beautiful card. I want you to think of something beautiful that you can do for another human being this weekend, and let's celebrate mothers and all that they are to us. Let's celebrate all the people who are like mothers to us and who have poured and invested into our lives. We love you, we appreciate you, and happy Mother's Day. And until next time, I wish you well.
Hi, everybody. I know that this week Mel has been talking to you about World War II and what happened in the early 1940s. Well, on this day, in 1945, both Great Britain and the United States celebrated Victory in Europe Day. Cities in both nations, as well as formerly occupied cities in Western Europe, put out flags and banners rejoicing in the defeat of the Nazi war machine. The 8th of May was declared as the official day of celebration. People all over Europe were tired of years of hardship and bombing. They wanted to return to a normal life again. In London, tens of thousands of people came into the city centre. They listened to a speech by Prime Minister Winston Churchill in Trafalgar Square, which was delivered over the radio through huge, loud speakers. George VI, Queen Elizabeth, and their two daughters, Elizabeth and Margaret, also greeted the cheering crowds from their balcony at Buckingham Palace. These scenes of joy were the same throughout the United Kingdom and the United States. People put up flags, banners, and streamers everywhere. There were parties, fireworks. Some people wore red, white, and blue rosettes. People hugged, sang songs, and danced. It was a great day of celebration. And one of the things you might have heard then would have been bagpipes. So I'm sharing a picture with you that I found on the internet. And it has there a car, probably in a parade of some sort. And if you look at the front, perched on the front is a bagpipe player. Not a very safe place to be, but everybody was very excited. So there he is, playing his bagpipes on the front of the car. So today, May 8th, 2020, is in fact the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II, or VE Day 75. Before COVID-19, huge celebrations were planned to commemorate this day. But then one of the things that was planned were for bagpipe bands and solo bagpipers to play all over the world. So as you can imagine, due to our social distancing and things like that, we need to be safe. So no bands are being allowed to play at this time. However, they're still encouraging solo bagpipers to play. So some time ago, I registered as one of the players for the VE 75 day celebration. And I will be dressing up in my full bagpipe uniform and I will be playing my bagpipes. So they actually made a special music today for that day, and they called it VE Day 75 years. So this is the music I've been working on. I've been trying to practice this to see if I can get it down. But what I wanted to do today was, I know many of you have seen me play my bagpipes and seen me in my uniform. I wanted to show you what we wear as bagpipers and show you a little bit about the bagpipes and how they're played. So I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to go and get my uniform ready and my bagpipes, and I'll come back and share some of that with all of you.
The 51st Highland Division completes the full cycle of a magnificent battle career. From the heroic losing fight at St. Valery in 1940, they have fought their way to this triumphal march through the streets of Bremerhaven. General Horrocks, commander of the 30th Corps, takes the salute. If any division has captured the imagination of the British Empire, it is the glorious 51st Highlanders.
Okay, so we're going to start with the bagpipes. The bagpipes is actually a very difficult instrument to learn to play. You need to be able to have good lungs because you blow into a bag that's fairly large, and I'll show you in a minute. So nobody actually begins straight onto the bagpipes. It would be very hard to do. We all learn to play on something called a chanter. So this is a chanter, and it basically looks like the chanter on the bagpipes. This is attached to my bagpipes. So they look the same, and this one has the holes the same as on the bagpipe, and you play it similar to a recorder. So there's a hole on the back that you put your thumb on, cover the holes in the front, and the other ones, and you play. Okay, so you blow into here, and the way that the sound comes out is through a reed. These reeds can come in cane or plastic now. So this one's plastic, it will last a lot longer. And we just have to make sure that doesn't break, and we learn to play on this. Now, if you looked at the bagpipe music, we actually can only play 9 notes on the bagpipes. You can count them as I go. So it's 9 notes. But they're still very difficult to play because we put in what's called grace notes in between times. So it's sort of interesting, but there you go. So those are grace notes and the chanter. So one would learn to play on the chanter first, and then they move to the bagpipes. I'm going to show you a little bit about the bagpipes because they're a bit complicated. So we had seen already the chanter. So again, we have a reed in the chanter, and it goes right in there. Then we have to put the air into the bagpipes somehow. So we have what's called a blowpipe. So here's the blowpipe, and it's got a little valve on the bottom. So when you blow in, the air won't come back out the top. So that goes into another opening. And then we have three other pipes, and this is where all the background noise comes from, and these are called drones. So there are 3 drones, and if you look at them, you can see 2 of the drones are the same size. Those are both tenor drones. And you can see that one drone is a lot bigger. That's the bass drone. So the bass drone has a lower sound coming out of it. And we tune them by moving this piece up and down. It's hard to do by yourself. It's actually, you just twist it like this and it can go up and down. So anyway, I'm not going to play them for you right now because I'm much too close, but I'm going to show you what would happen if you were playing. So in order to get them started, you have to blow into the blowpipe and fill up the bag. The bag's fairly large, and it's actually covered. This isn't the real bag, it's got a cover on it. We always have a bagpipe bag cover to make it look nice, and this is in the Mackenzie tartan, which matches the kilt I wear with my band. But inside is usually, they used to always be hide or hide bags, but they're now made out of synthetic things, so they're a lot more durable. But as you see, I got to blow in here. Yeah, sound, that's the sound coming out of the drones. And when I'm ready to start playing, I'm going to give them I'm going to get my fingers on the notes. I'm going to give it a good bang. It'll start up, and then I'll play the note. So, not playing any tunes right now, just trying to show you a little bit about what the bagpipes look like and what it takes to play them. I'll get on to playing them a little later. So again, you start, you learn on the chanter, you learn all the fingering, you learn the tunes, and from there, you move on to the bagpipes, where you have to learn to keep the air in that big old bag. Okay? Next, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we wear when we play the bagpipes. So I'm going to take another little break, and I'll come back with my uniform. I'm back, and I have put on most of my band uniform. So I told you I play with the band. I play with the St. Andrew's Bagpipe Band. So we have an insignia on our sleeve to show which band we're with. And then all bands have a particular tartan that they wear. our band marches with the Mackenzie tartan, and if you notice, if you remember, that matches the bag that's on my bagpipes. So those two things match. We wear these flashes on our sleeves when we're in the band. We have green ones as well, which we wear on St. Patrick's Day, but usually we wear the red ones. Then we have a very large belt, which on the back we have a pouch that we can put things in. And on the other side we have a water bottle holder. Now this is our most casual outfit, and we carry a water bottle. Obviously in South Florida it gets very, very warm. So if we're marching in a parade, especially ones like the 4th of July parade, it's very hot. So we carry water with us in order to be safe. We need to be drinking water once in a while. We also have something called a sporran, and this is the band sporran, which is made of horsehair. So it's got very long, this is a military style sporran. So some sporrans come with a little pouch in the back. This one doesn't because it is military, and that is the reason we carry our pouch to keep things in the bag. Okay, so with this particular uniform, we have two choices of hats that we might wear. This one is called a Glengarry. It's got some ribbons down the back and the feather coming out. It's also got an emblem on the side of it, and you just stick that on your head like that. And there it is. This is my preferable one. I prefer wearing this one. It's more comfortable. It doesn't fall off. When you bump it with the bagpipes, nothing happens. Another one that we like to wear when it's very warm is called a pith helmet. Now, this particular one I'm not fond of, but we are required to wear it on certain times. So here it is. It makes me look as if I'm drowning, but there you go. The pith helmet is also one of our uniforms. So these are parade uniforms, but we also play other functions. We've played at christenings for cruise ships, openings for different things. So if we wanted to get a little bit more formal, we would wear our white jackets. So instead of the shirt, we'd have on a white jacket. The belt goes over the top of that, and it looks a little nicer. It's a bit more formal. And with that, we would wear our Glengarry. So those two go together. And our most formal outfit that we have is our red jackets, which we don't wear very often because they're very cumbersome. But they're red, they've got these big buttons, and they look very, very flashy when we put them on. But it's a bit cumbersome to play in them. And with that jacket, we wear what's called a feather bonnet. So this is a pretty interesting piece. This is a feather bonnet, and it is made out of little feathers. So it's all fluffy. And we would wear that like this. I'm just going to pop that up inside. So there's your, oh, it helps if you put it on the right way around. There's your feather bonnet. Okay. So again, you can imagine this is not very comfortable to march in. You're playing the bagpipes, you got this big thing on, this big old jacket. Not very comfortable. We also, ooh, I'll take that off. We also, and you can't see it in the picture, but you'll see it when I'm in my own personal uniform. We carry in our socks something called a skeen-doo. Okay, this dates back, way back, when the Scots were a little more violent, and they always carried something to protect themselves, and yes, it is a knife. So that sticks in your right sock, so most people are right-handed. If they were to encounter any danger, there they would have it. So that's our uniform. As you can see, it's a lot of different things we have to think about when we're in the band. We need a lot of uniforms, but it's a lot of fun. However, for today, for VE 75, I'm not going to be playing with a band at this time. I'm going to be playing solo. So I'm going to take another break, and when I come back, I'll be in my solo uniform. And we'll talk a little bit about that before I play the tune. So I'm back, and this time I'm dressed for a solo performance. Solo means I'd be playing by myself, not with the band. So I don't wear the band uniform. I can wear anything I want, and the particular kilt I have is similar to the band one. It doesn't have a white stripe through it, and this is actually called the Davidson tartan. This kilt is a little bit lighter weight than the other one. They're all pure wool, but they come in different weights. So this one's actually a slightly more comfortable one to wear in South Florida because it doesn't get quite as warm as the other one. So that's the kilt, and we also have a kilt pin, which I forgot to show you in the last one, but I do wear a kilt pin, which is decorative, purely decorative. It's on the side there. And the sporran, you notice the difference between this sporran and the other one. The other one was much bigger and very elaborate. This one still has some decorative pieces on it. I'm very fond of this sporran. It's leather, and this one really does have a pouch where you can put things in. So it's like a little pouch there. I also do still wear a belt. This one's a personal belt. The buckle is a little smaller. So if I were to take off the jacket, you would still see the belt and it'd still be properly dressed. The jacket has silver buttons, very elaborate. And what else do I have? I have a shirt and tie this time, which I didn't have before. And I still have a Glengarry. This is my personal one. It's a little bit different. It has a different emblem on it. So this is for solo jumps when you're playing by yourself. This is what I'm going to be wearing when I play for VE 75. We're going to play, the original plan was for everybody to play at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'm going to be recording this a couple of days early, so you'll see it on the correct day, but maybe not at the right time. However, I will be outside my house playing at 3 o'clock on May 8th, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So this is for VE 75, and when I come back, I will get ready to play a tune for you. There are going to be 2 tunes. One that can be played is When the Battle's O'er, and the other one is the special one I showed you for VE 75. So that's up next. Well, the first tune I'm going to play is called When the Battle's O'er, which means when the battle's finished, which is an old tune. Many pipe bands play it. A lot of people will be playing it on VE 75 Day, and I'm going to play it for you now, okay? Tune I'm going to play is the one that I told you earlier they made up especially for today, May 8th, the anniversary, the 75th anniversary of Victory in Europe Day, VE 75 years. It's a brand new tune. People are just now learning it. I have just learned it, so bear with me. Hopefully I'll get it right. end of our lesson about bagpipes and VE Day. And what I mentioned was that we play at all different kinds of festivities, gatherings and things. So I want you, as your journal prompt for today, to write about or draw or get a picture of something where you have seen the bagpipes. What is something, where is somewhere where you might hear the bagpipes playing? Okay, so I hope you enjoy doing that, and see you next time.
Hi guys, so today we're going to be continuing our conversation on World War II, but today specifically I'm going to be talking to you guys about different jobs that women had in World War II. So World War II changed a lot of things for the workforce. Originally, men were really the only ones who went to work. Women stayed at home and took care of babies and cooked things, but with the war and all the men going out to fight, a lot of jobs in the community were left without anyone to do. So now the women had to step up and take those jobs. Also, because the war was taking up so much work, they needed more people to help even in war. And back then in World War II, this happened in the early 1940s, women didn't go to war. Women stayed home, but they needed so many people to fight the war that in World War II, women also joined in different ways. So today's lesson is going to be about that. I hope that you guys enjoy, and yeah, so let's get going. I'm going to share my screen and we're going to read a book. Let me go ahead and share this. Alrighty, so this book is called The Eyewitness to the Role of Women and Women in World War II, sorry. And it says, through narrative nonfiction texts, which means it's a narrative, so it's a story about something that happened, but it's nonfiction, meaning it's true. We'll learn about all the different roles of women during the war. And let me tell you some of the cool things that they used to do. So, they were army nurses, so they were nurses to members of the army. They worked in the armed services, and they were fly girls. And we'll learn what that means soon. So I hope you guys enjoy. At a time of war. Cornelia Fort lived in Honolulu, Hawaii. She was the first female flight instructor in the United States. On December 7, 1941, Fort took a student up for his usual flying lesson. The student would fly the plane while she observed him at the controls. As the plane soared into the sky, Fort watched carefully for other aircraft. Hawaii was home to Pearl Harbor, a U.S. Navy base. She was used to seeing planes during flights. Pilots stayed in assigned safety zones to avoid collisions.
So I don't know if you guys remember, we talked about Pearl Harbor on Wednesday. Suddenly, an aircraft hurtled directly towards Fort's plane. Thinking quickly, she seized controls. Fort piloted the plane above the oncoming aircraft. Then she noticed the red circles on the other plane's wings. It was a Japanese fighter plane. The Japanese Navy was attacking Pearl Harbor. At the time, World War II had been going on for 2 years. The Allied powers, including Britain, France, and the Soviet Union, they were at war with the Axis powers, Japan, Germany, and Italy. The Japanese attack thrust the United States into the conflict. On December 8th, the U.S. Congress declared war on Japan. Days later, the United States declared war on Germany and Italy. President Franklin Roosevelt urged Americans to support the war effort. "We are now at war," he declared. "We are now in it all the way. Every single man, woman, and child is a partner in the most tremendous undertaking of our American history." Young men lined up at military centers. They signed up to fight with the Army, the Navy, or the Marine Corps. But as men left for battle, women also wanted to help in the war effort. Some, like Fort, had special skills or work experience. Their training would help them support American troops. Other women had never worked outside the home. However, they quickly learned new skills. With so many men overseas, women took control at home. They collected fabric, scrap metal, and old tires. These materials could be used for uniforms and equipment. Women and families rationed their food. That way, more meals could be sent to soldiers abroad. Women found other ways to help too. The troops needed weapons and supplies. Almost overnight, factories began producing military equipment. Toy companies started making compasses. Typewriter companies started making rifles. With many young men abroad, factories needed more workers. The U.S. government began advertising factory jobs to women. "Do the job he left behind," said one poster. Women of all ages eagerly entered the workforce. As Newsweek and magazine reported, women are in the shipyards, lumber mills, steel mills, foundries. They are welders, electricians, mechanics, and even boilermakers. Women did change. They had gotten the feeling of their own money, making it themselves, not asking anybody how to spend it. So finally, women decided that they needed to work and make their own money too. In earlier years, companies did not hire women for these jobs. But as more men went to war, women were needed. They had great responsibilities. Women who were making weapons knew they had to do their work very carefully. Mistakes could cause disaster. In 1945, 1 in every 4 women worked outside the home. These women had direct effect on the battlefield. Some of their work went straight into the hands of U.S. soldiers. But this was not the only way women contributed to the war effort. Many worked directly with the military. So this picture, you can see one of the commercials that they had for women going to work, and it says "Soldiers Without Guns." So women were working, and they were basically considered soldiers. They just worked in a different way. Helping the military. Betty Jean Jennings' head was bent over her work. She carefully performed her calculations. Jennings, along with a room full of other women, was determining the trajectories of missiles. The Army desperately needed these calculations in order to hit its targets, and it needed thousands done. Each equation took 30 hours. With so much work to be done, the Army recruited women to do the math. The War Department needed Jennings and other women to help run the war from home. These women were often called government girls. Mary Ruth Hunter took a job with the government. She collected information for missions, moving mountains of paperwork each day. Hunter saw her work as a patriotic duty. "You were needed and you served," she said. "You don't think about individual contributions." Many women's jobs were top secret. They worked in organizing intelligence. These women could not talk about their work with anyone. They pored over messages from the military spies, and they shared the messages with Army leaders. The information came mainly from overseas agents. Some of these spies were also women. In March 1944, German soldiers stood in a busy train station in France. They hoped to spot spies leaving the country. An older woman passed by, lugging a giant suitcase. They paid her no attention. Virginia Hall had passed through undetected yet again. Hall was not an old French woman. She was a young American spy. She worked for the Office of Strategic Services. Hall was good at her job. She helped Allied prisoners escape. She helped the U.S. Army send supplies to its units. And she shared information about the movements of enemy troops. Some French and German leaders knew Virginia Hall as a limping lady. They gave warnings about her to their troops. One message read, "The woman who limps is one of the most dangerous Allied agents in France. We must find and destroy her." Another OSS agent was Marlene Dietrich. She was a German-American singer and movie star. Dietrich often performed for troops. She sang her heart out to boost morale for American soldiers, but she also used her talents against the German army. Before performing the song Lily Marlene for German soldiers, Dietrich suddenly shouted, "Boys, don't sacrifice yourselves." She urged them not to fight. German leaders were furious. They banned Dietrich's songs. The penalty for listening to them was death, but many German soldiers continued to listen to her music. Army nurses. During wars, nurses are ready to go wherever wounded. Soldiers needed them. World War II was no different. More than 59,000 American nurses served during the war. Many worked in field hospitals. Nurses also worked on hospital trains, ships, and planes. In December 1941, Muriel Phillips was a nursing student. She was working in a doctor's office in Massachusetts. One day, she heard a speech by President Roosevelt in the office radio. The president gravely announced that the United States was at war. Soon, Army recruitment posters were plastered all over the country. They said, "Your country needs you." Phillips was eager to support American soldiers. As soon as she could, she joined the Army Nurse Service. Even for a nursing student, training was difficult. Phillips sweated throughout hours of exercises. She had to crawl through mud while ammunition was fired all around her. Phillips was thrilled when her training was done, but she was also nervous. She could be shipped off to any part of the world. First, Phillips was sent to Britain to nurse injured soldiers. She brought her rations, uniform, and gas mask. 2 years later, Phillips was sent to Belgium. The Germans soon started bombing that area. They wanted to destroy nearby railways. Phillips kept taking care of her patients. "The work has been hard and the hours long," she wrote. "But I really feel satisfied now because we're doing the stuff we came overseas for, and they really need us." Soldiers were fighting in Europe, Africa, and the Pacific. American nurses went all of these places. Nurse Juanita Redmond was stationed in the Philippines. At first, Redmond worked in safety. Planes brought injured soldiers to the hospital away from the battle lines. On April 6, 1942, everything changed. Someone yelled, "Planes overhead!" Redmond remembered, but those had become such familiar words that most of us paid them little attention. I went on pouring medications, and then drone of the planes was lost in the roar of a crashing bomb. Enemy planes had attacked the hospital. Bombs had torn the roof off. Nurses and doctors scrambled to save their patients. Many were trapped under rubble. As nurses worked, more wounded soldiers stumbled into the hospital. Meanwhile, Japanese forces continued to drop bombs. That night, Redmond hid in a foxhole. She could not sleep, and she could not understand why enemy soldiers would bomb a defenseless hospital. It was already full of injured men. Redmond decided that this isn't a war in which anybody is let off. Every single individual is in it, and each must give everything he has to give. Nurses made sacrifices to help injured troops. They knew that during the war, no one was truly safe. Enemy actions killed 16 Army nurses. But nurses were not the only ones who were taking on dangerous work. Many other women served overseas. For the first time, American women served in uniform as part of the armed services. Armed services. Life in the armed services is hard and uncomfortable, but I think women can stand up and under that type of living just as well as men. First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt said. She was addressing the nation on her radio show, My Day. By 1942, the war was stretching the resources of the U.S. Army. It needed troops for combat with the enemy. It also needed people to work in non-combat jobs. Traditionally, women did not take any roles in the military, but soon, women began to serve in many military jobs. If they served as radio operators, electricians, and air traffic controllers, men who had previously held these jobs could serve in combat. In July 1942, Elizabeth Pollock volunteered for the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps. She was from Des Moines, Iowa. Other women came from California, Virginia, New York, Arizona, and Oregon. They were all there for the same purpose. The women wanted to serve their country. In July 1943, the organization was renamed Women's Army Corps. Women in the Corps were called Wach. As a Wach, Pollock earned military status. Pollock's training was brutal. Each day, Pollock lined up with other women at 6 a.m. She completed drills and exercises. She learned military rules. One day, Pollock and the other recruits were trained in avoiding chemical weapons. They learned to use their gas mask. The women even smelled samples of different chemicals that might be used against them. At night, Pollock fell into bed exhausted. The next day, she would do it all over again. So there in the picture, you can see some Wachs, which were Women Army Corps. They worked in the military, which was never happened before. After 4 weeks of training, Pollock was ready for her assignment. She could be sent anywhere in the United States, or she could be sent to Africa, Europe, or Asia. Wherever she went, Pollock's job would free up a man for combat. Finally, Pollock received her assignment. She would work with the Aircraft Warning Service. Workers in AWS used instruments to identify enemy planes. They alerted authorities about the sightings. Pollock was not fighting on the front lines, but women like her were not free from danger. About 140,000 Wachs served during the war years. The women worked through bombings and other attacks. They served with courage and dignity. Not everyone supported the idea of women going overseas with the military. Some doubted women's ability to perform military work. But Pollock and other Wachs proved their skills. General Douglas MacArthur was an Allied commander. He called Wachs his best soldiers. In fact, during the war, women could serve in every branch of the military. And here's a really cool poster saying, "Are you a girl with a star-spangled heart? Join the Wach now." So it's a commercial encouraging women to join the military. Fly Girls. In 1943, Margaret Phelan Taylor was ready for an adventure. She was 19 years old and finished with school. When Life magazine published a story on women pilots, Taylor was fascinated. Her brother was training to be an Army pilot. She realized that she could become a pilot too. Unlike her brother, Taylor was not trained by the Army to fly. Women had to pay for their own pilot lessons. Taylor borrowed $500 from her father. She traveled to the Women Air Force Service Pilots Training Headquarters in Sweetwater, Texas. Taylor had to pass her physical exam to become a pilot. She was healthy, but she was a half-inch shorter than the 5'2" minimum height. As a nurse measured her, Taylor slyly stood on tiptoe. Dressed smartly in her WASP uniform, Taylor flew over the American soil. She and other women pilots were known as Fly Girls. Mainly, they brought planes to different locations where they were needed. Taylor flew nearly every type of military aircraft, from large bombers to small fighter planes. These aircrafts could be risky. During one of Taylor's flights, the cockpit began to smoke. She was supposed to jump out if anything went seriously wrong with the plane. But Taylor kept her head cool. She remembered, "You know what? I'm not going until I see flame. When I see actual fire, why, then I'll jump." The problem turned out to be a faulty instrument. The other parts of the planes were not damaged. Taylor landed safely at her destination. Not all WASP were as lucky. Women pilots did not fly in combat, but flying remained dangerous. A total of 38 female pilots were killed while flying for their country. Military leaders honored their service. However, the women did not receive military funerals. General Henry Arnold commanded the U.S. Army Air Forces. At first, he doubted women pilots' skills. He was not sure whether a slip of a girl could fight in the controls of the B-17 in heavy weather. But by 1944, he had changed his mind. That year, Arnold spoke at a graduation ceremony for new WASPs. He admitted that it is in the record that women can fly as well as men. Here's a picture of one of the WASPs. The women in the air forces that would fly the planes. The high seas. And now we're almost done. While wasps flew the skies, waves, spar, and Marine Corps women reserve members sailed the seas. These women worked with the Navy, Coast Guard, and Marine Corps. Mary Lynn and Kay Arthur worked in the Coast Guard. They served as spars, a name from the Coast Guard motto, Semper Paratus, always ready. Many spars use radio signals to calculate locations of ships. Lynn and Arthur proudly wore their uniforms, but some people were startled or angry to see women in military clothing. Once, a man stopped Lynn and Arthur on the street. He asked why they were serving. He seemed surprised that the women would volunteer for the Coast Guard. But later that day, the women boarded a bus. The driver wouldn't accept their nickels for the fare. He thanked them for their work. Uniformed women first had jobs answering phones and filling paperwork, but many determined women earned more challenging jobs. Women accepted for voluntary emergency service, or WAVES, served as naval air navigators. Some took jobs as airplane mechanics. Others worked to decode enemy communications. Slowly, many people's attitude about military women changed. "We are a new idea to America," wrote Lynn and Arthur. Eventually, most Americans came to accept women in uniform. After several hard years, World War II ended in 1945. Japan, Germany, and Italy all surrendered to the Allies. Women returned home from their assignments abroad. Almost 400,000 women had served in uniform. Some women in uniform were killed or wounded in the line of duty. At home, many women also left their wartime jobs. Men returned to their old factory and office careers, but women had proven that they could do this work. In the years after the war, more women began to work outside of the home. Women had helped win World War II for the Allies. They had also changed Americans' ideas about what women could do. As Mary Lynn and Kay Arthur wrote, "When the great histories of the war are written, historians will not overlook the part we played." So here's a picture of all the women, some of these women that were working. And it's thanks to all these women that had to go out and work during the war that today, women like you or I, anyone else that's watching this that's a woman, can go to work. We can find jobs. Before this, we weren't allowed to go to work. I wasn't allowed to be a teacher back then. Women didn't really have jobs. People had jobs outside of the home. They would stay home. Some of them would be teachers, but for the most part, women wouldn't work in hospitals or have cool jobs that you might dream of. They weren't allowed. And so it's really important to remember all these women who sacrificed their lives so that we would all be treated equally and could all go to work. So there's a few words here I just want to quickly go over. Ammunition is materials that were fired from the weapons. It can be like bullets. The field hospitals were temporary hospitals that they set up in the places where they were fighting to take care of the army or the military men that were hurt. A foxhole was a small pit that soldiers used to shelter during battle. So they would go hide in a foxhole. And so when food is rationed, we talked about that the other day, it's just when it's spread out so that everybody can have some. Let's see. Recruited, when people are recruited, they're invited to join an organization. And when women were recruited for many jobs during World War II. There's some other words there that if you guys aren't sure, you can go ahead and read it through there. All right, guys, I really hope you enjoyed this lesson. I think it's really important to remember all the women who served our country during World War II, especially today as we celebrate Victory in Europe Day in your lesson with Barbara. And we also want to celebrate all the men who served our country. They all did so much for us in that time, and they continue to do so. And thanks to that war and what happened then, and the women who sacrificed themselves and stepped up to the plate, all of us can go get jobs out in the community, out in the workforce. We can all join the workforce and do all sorts of jobs that back in the day, people didn't think women could do. But today, thanks to them, we're all able to do that, and we can all show that we're just as good as men in the workforce. Okay? I hope to see you guys soon, and have a nice day. Bye.
WOW Virtual Sports and Fitness. I'm yours one and only Coach Mo. Welcome back. Today is Flashback Friday. Today we'll be looking at some footage, going back into sports. We held an event for you guys this past December, and it was called Wowing Out. I know a lot of you guys have, participated in the Wowing Out event, and a lot of you guys were spectating and just having an amazing time and enjoying and supporting one another through this event. All right, so I have some footage that I put together to, remind us and help us remember the good times that we have had together. I hope you guys share this video with your family, all your friends, whoever is at your house. Just pull them up and just have them watch the video along with you so they can experience Wowing Out for the first time. All right, so I hope you guys really enjoy the footage. I enjoy putting it together, and see you when you come back. We come together, together, we come together, together, we come together. You ready?
Ready.
All right, guys.
Let's go.
Now, I'm going to say black team.
Wait.
1, 2, 3. All right, here they come, guys.
Keep going. Go through.
Give it up for the green team. All right, make some noise for the
Let's go.
black team. Black team and the green team, okay? But y'all gotta cheer them on, all right? But for right now, make some noise for Reese Fletcher!
All right. Yeah. How everybody feeling? Everybody all right? What's going on? I see I got my team over here, the black team out here. I'm your host, Nick Cannon. We're on Wowing Out. Wowing Out on Kindle TV. We on Wowing Out on Kindle TV. Y'all ready to have a good time today? How many of y'all had a good time on Christmas Day? Everybody got their gifts. Santa brought all the gifts. Who ready for 2020? Anybody ready for New Year's? Let me say 2020. Let me say 2020. Black squad, green squad, y'all. We got a dance battle coming up. I want to, who think win? Who think the black squad gonna win? Who think the green squad gonna win? I got more fans than me. We on Wowing Out. Let me say Wowing. Say Wowing. They turned up.
They ready.
They're in that word lit. It's called lit. It's not called turning up anymore. It's called lit. I brought a guest with me. He gonna come out later on during the dance battle. I brought my uncle. His name Rufus. I brought my uncle Rufus with me, so he.
For the first person, step up. Hey.
All right now.
Hey.
All right, let's go. All right now. Go, Mama. Walk it out. Walk it out. Hey, make some noise, y'all. Go on, Papa. You got to take it back. Let's do it. Make some noise. Everybody are winners. Everybody are winners. We are wilding out. Wilding out. We live on Wilding Out. We gotta open the mouth and do what we say. Wilding out. We are wilding out. Yes, sir. Y'all ready for round two? Oh, they ready for round two.
Come on, make some noise.
They ready for round two. Here we go. Hey, 1, 2, 3, how you know?
Let the music take control. Let you feel the need of soul. Let it groove and just move on with your life. Wow, it, 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 wow, it. Hey, go ahead, take a seat, y'all. Take a seat, man. Have a seat. Love you. Oh, my God,
Wow, it, wow, it, wow, it.
How y'all doing? Well, Santa, now I know you guys can do better than that. How's everybody doing?
There we go.
So like he said, I go by the name Peter Matthew. Thank you so much for having me. Right now I'm gonna check your energy. So if you know the song, I need you guys to sing along to this, right? It goes, the sun is down, freezing cold. That's how we already know. When it's here, my dog will probably do it for a Louis cup. That's just all he know, he don't know nothing else. I'm trying to show. Yeah. Hey, I tried to show. I tried to show. Oh, yeah. Hey. Calling on you to pick and roll. Young flame, you sick of all. Keep it sweet. They killing people for vanity. I ain't got time, why you have to be. No more accepting apology. Straight from the jump, but y'all doing something. Been running your mouth like an athlete. Out of these words that were passed to me. Convincing yourself of chastity. Yeah. Hey, but they young bastard. Got his bastard. Hit the ground and I'm running faster. Turn the page, every chapter. 23 and I'm more than 7. Show me that's enough. Yeah. True and error, homie said I ain't done. Yeah. Victim mad, boy, I ain't not the one. Hey, I'm all night and I'm burning to the sun. Like, I ain't stopping until the kingdom comes. Either you win it or not. Yeah, the going is moving hot. The mountains are down the fly. Yeah, the chitty can up in the spot. To your side, let me know. You keep tripping and I'm maybe on the road. Keep on switching, you won't have nowhere to go. Hey, keep it sweet and you can leave it at the door. Hey. Wow. Yeah. For those who don't know, I'm repping the Green Squad today. Yeah. So I've noticed, y'all like to go, y'all like to turn up a little bit. Right? Alright, so I'm gonna switch it up a little bit. I'm gonna bring it down for a second. Can I do that? Can I slow it down for a second? It's alright if I do that? Alright, so we just gonna slow it down for a little bit. So I'm from here, I'm from Miami, Florida. Born and raised, it's a beautiful place, huh? Yeah, it's a beautiful place, And I know even the most beautiful places have their shadows. So I'm gonna tell you about mine. Late night pull up on my block, you gon' see it shine. Now we ain't got lights, that's not how we grind. They say it's about face and I ain't got the time. And no girl hit me with a text, but I keep it out of sight, out of mind, and I'm doing fine if you wanna know. But when you fast, everything moving slow. Skip the wave, I'm just trying to keep the fam afloat. Keep it up, honey, don't you ever lose sight of your soul. Yo, keeping it sweet. Went from dirty Dan to being a man, all up with tea. And I hit the roads and took out the roads, I'm losing my sleep, yeah. Keeping the fit, you see how it fits, I'm never so me. But now it's on me. First of my siblings, I graduated with a bachelor's degree. My family came and supported, dog, they been so proud of me. And now the squads all across the nation, they getting their education. Life is building up this beautiful tapestry. But I know it's hard to see it from a distance. And know that God been on your side like the Olympics. But life's a race, don't lose focus on the minutes. Cause I'm gonna cross that finish line even if I'm limping. Even if I'm limping. Like I said, Miami's a beautiful place, but it's very hard sometimes when you let everything stop you. But no matter what, you can take it. Look, there ain't no light on my block, on my street. and I can barely see my own hand in front of me. And there ain't no hope on my block, on my street, and these kids are lost in the dark. But there ain't nothing left for me but to shine. Yeah. Look, see, there ain't nothing left for me but to shine. Even though it's dark all around me, I can't let that consume me. There's nothing left for me. There's nothing left for me. There's nothing left for me. Say nothing left for me. Say nothing left for me. Hey, nothing left for me. There's nothing left for me. There's nothing left for me here but to shine. Even in the dark, when there's no light, you can still be you. You can have the biggest smile on your face. Don't let everything around you keep you down. You're gonna shine.
A lot of people ask this question: who is reflection? Let me tell y'all my story. Let me tell y'all a little bit about me, what I went through.
Thinking about my kids. Yes, I do this with him, and that's the way that it is. Yeah, I gotta handle my business. I struggle for too long, it's time that I change it. Have you ever went days with no lights or water? Tell me, have you ever showered with some bottles of water? You ever needed to wash clothes, bad no money your quarter? Welcome to the book of Rich, now you gon' know my story. Why you think I like to laugh? Just so I can have the pain. Why you think I go so hard when I'm on that stage? I'm still here cause it's mercy and grace. It's only right that I return the face. Using every single gift that I got, only cause I'm trying to get to the top. I wanna move my mama in on the spot and get my babies in the good they want. I gotta get let me punch in the clock. Going overtime and I won't stop. You and finger away, think it's different. Check my situation just so I can catch up.
LFE boy got a tool there with your boy C-Screen Myron. Drop that beat.
Lord is the man, leave that voice. You can open the door, let the man close. I don't know about y'all, but I need it the most. Kodak pop on the way to the floor. Get back blood, shoot. Know what the right now, I'm over the left. So because of the Lord, that your boy still here. You whisper in my ear saying I have no fear. Black shades in my face, you can't see my eyes. The devil is a light trying to stop my vibe. God gave us on the sun to save our lives. Come together like we're doing the electric slide. Now watch me, yeah. Bring it on down, but give it God the praise. Do that dance, gon' get all the change. Give it all to God, and I'ma do the same. Yeah, I'm glad that the devil because you didn't make me good. But instead of what you say, on the fresh go ahead. Dance like David did. It don't matter what you do, cause we don't know what it did. Never stand by high, now Wu-Tang with the great things fall back. The beat of the live with the walk. You can do it for the word, you can do it for the Lord. Everybody got the hope. In the midst of your child, you better praise God. Beat up, wake up. God is the man with the plan. I just want y'all to understand. He gave all us another chance. So you better do that dance. Come on. Move for God. Ride,
time for y'all. WOWMOM. 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 Lord, keep them covered up under your precious blood right now, Lord God. Continue to watch over them. Continue to shield them. Continue to use them in the way you need to, Lord God. Lord God, I ask that you allow them to go through the rest of this day with nothing but love, joy, and happiness. And in Jesus' name we pray. Let me say, amen. Everybody say thank you, Reed. Keto. Everybody say thank you, Keto. Make some noise for the green team. Make some noise for the black team. All right. WOWMOM. Yeah. We on Wildin' Out on Kendall TV. We on Wildin' Out. Together, we come together. Together, we come together. Together, we come together. Together, we come together, brighter than the strobe lights. Together, looking out to space. Together, no one's gonna stop us. Together, love can find a way. Together, looking at the sunrise. Together, we can ease the pain. Together, guided through the darkness. Together, love can find a way. Come together.
Hey guys, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the footage of Wowin' Out. It was really amazing. I enjoyed the dancing, all the fun that we had. It was really inspiring to see you guys dance. I really need some dance lessons from some of you guys, but it was really amazing. But today I want to make sure you guys not only had an amazing time and realize how much you miss one another, but also to share it with someone who may have not seen the Wowin' Out. So I'm glad you was able to do that today. Make sure you guys at least get at least 20 to 30 minutes of cardio or exercise to get that heart rate up. Make sure you stay hydrated, drink plenty of water. Also use your mask, wash your hands, use gloves, and just stay safe out there, because I look forward to seeing you guys when you guys come back to the WOW Center. All right, so I want you guys to have an amazing weekend, and I'll see you guys when you return. Peace and love.
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to talk about health and safety, so it's Special Topics Day. Before I start talking about health and safety, I first want to celebrate. Celebrate, what I mean by celebrating, let me explain what I mean by that. Celebrate means saying something like saying thank you to someone, or recognizing someone for doing something nice or kind or special to you or to others. So what I mean by that, an example of celebration, like today, for instance, I want to celebrate my son who went to Publix to the grocery store for us, because we're not able to get out, so he's doing that for us. So I want to celebrate him. I want to celebrate my husband because he's cooking every day, and I cannot because I'm working at WOW and working long hours. So he's helping with the cooking. So I'm celebrating him. So you have to think about who you would like to celebrate, and you should do that every single day, because that's important to see who you want to say thank you to. But right now, for instance, I want to celebrate all of you for watching the WOW videos and continue to learn every day, which is very important. Don't stop watching these videos. That would help you learn different new things, continue what you're learning at WOW, since you're not here. So you need to see these videos every day. I also want to celebrate your parents or your sisters and brothers or the caregivers in the group home who are taking care of you and keeping you safe. So that's also important. And let's celebrate the WOW staff who's working very hard and preparing these videos and lesson plans for all of you. And they're also doing other special tasks for you. And you will soon see that. That will be happening very soon. So let's talk about health and safety. And before I continue all this, I do have something special at the end. So make sure you watch the whole video so you can see what I have at the end. Let's talk about what it means to be safe. Okay, so let's see the meaning of safe. Safe means protected from harm or danger, not to be lost. So protected from harm or danger and not to be lost. So let's talk about the example of being safe. One is staying home. Of course, as you know, everybody's staying home because of the coronavirus. We don't want to spread that illness to everybody. So that's why everybody's at home, to be safe. But when you have cold, remember we always said that when you have a cold or a flu, if you're sick or you're vomiting or anything like that, we always encourage people to stay home so they will not be spreading that to anybody. That's why it's important to stay home so other people don't get sick. So let me tell you some safety tips, how to be safe. So right now, of course, we're talking about washing your hands, okay? And I know Barbara's been taught you how, I'm sure she did a lesson, and I know she did a video about washing your hands, and she was showing the proper way of washing your hands. So like if you have a soap at home, or it could be something like this, like a pump, like one of these soap pumps. Okay, you put some in your hand or you use the soap to lather it. Okay, first wet your hands and then get the soap and lather it really good until it's all soapy, when your hands are all soapy. But wash your hands like this, inside, outside, inside, your nails. Make sure everything's washed and wash your hands for a few minutes. After you wash your hands, you rinse the soap. Make sure you wash off the soap. And the most important thing is to dry your hands. Please do not walk out with your hands wet, because then you're touching everything and that's not good. So make sure you dry your hands after you wash your hand after you wash with soap. Now, wearing a mask and gloves because of the coronavirus, if you have that at home, actually you should not be going out at all. But if you had to go out, and if you do have a mask, something like this or something similar to this or something better than this, or gloves, okay, these are the gloves, okay, you should wear the gloves and the mask before you go out if you're going to go to the grocery store. But I encourage you to stay home and hoping that somebody else will do that for you, and the person who's ever doing that should be wearing a mask and gloves just to make sure that they don't get the virus, to protect themselves, and that's one way to keep yourself safe. Now, you've heard about social distancing, and you hear that in the news. What does that mean, social distancing? Well, it means intentionally creating a physical space between people, you and someone else, and in order to not spread the virus. Okay, so you have to be at least 6 feet away from the other person. I'm going to try to show you that as much as I can if it's possible. So I got something like, let me show you. I don't know if I can show you this, but it's really big. Look, 6 feet is something like this, starting all the way like this. It's long, it's very long. You see that? 6 feet. You have to be 6 feet away from somebody else in order not to spread this virus, in order to protect yourself, to keep safe. Excuse me, let me put this down. So that is big. 6 feet is big. So that's very far away. That's how you have to keep your distance from that person. Another way of social distancing is not hugging, not kissing, not getting close, but maybe saying, just if you want to greet somebody, say hello. If you want to say I love you, just say I love you. You can say that. Say the peace sign. You want to greet somebody, but you have to keep that social distancing. That's very important. You don't want to get close to another person. So in order to avoid spreading the virus or you don't want to get sick. So that's important. That's why you hear that in the news about social distancing. So that's one way to keep you safe. Another safety tip is also to keep you safe is wearing a seatbelt. So when you get in the car, you got to make sure you wear a seatbelt. This is when, God forbid, if you get in an automobile accident, that will protect you from getting hurt. Moving forward, you can hit yourself on the windshield, so or fall to the ground. But just wearing a seatbelt also keeps you safe. So that is important. Let's not forget that. And then, what about crossing the street? You have to look both ways. Now, right now, I shouldn't encourage you to go outside, but when things are better and when you have to cross the street, and hopefully you're with somebody crossing the street, you always look both ways. Left and right, always look both ways. And if there's a traffic light, you just have to wait till that light turns, red, and you wait for that signal, the walking signal that will tell you when you're supposed to walk, when you're safely able to walk. So that's another way to be safe. Another one is when remaining with your group. Remember, we used to go out in the CBE, or remaining with your family. When you go out in the community, which again, I'm not encouraging you to go out in the community right now, but when it's safe to go out in the community, you should always stay with your family. Or when we go out in the CBE, always stay with your group. You don't want to get lost, and that is important. So if you ever get lost, there's some safety tips to help you when you get lost. If you have a cell phone, use your cell phone. Call your mom and dad, or whoever's with you. Call on the cell phone. I know some of you have your cell phone. Call your companion, who sometimes are with you. Call on your cell phone. If you don't have a cell phone, look for a security guard or a police officer who can help you. Or somebody who's, let's say, who's an employee at a business who can help you, and you can tell that person, "Hey, I'm lost. I can't find my mom and dad. I can't find my friend. So always look for someone to help you." But what is important is carrying an ID. You should have a Florida ID always, a picture of you on the ID with your address. So when you're lost, you can show that too, and that's important. So, example of places where you should always feel safe. And it should be like at your home, or if it's your group home, at the WOW Center, at church, also at, for instance, at work. If you have a job, you should always feel safe at all these places. And these places, you should feel safe at all times, but you need to know and feel that the person who's there with you makes you feel safe, that you're not in danger. And also you need to know that the person who's there with you will take care of you and keep you safe. So if you don't feel safe, and you need to report it to someone, either it's your mother or your father or a staff member or a group home staff. If you don't feel safe, you're not supposed to remain quiet. You need to let someone know. Reporting is very important. Tell somebody, let somebody know. I don't know how much I have to stress that to you. You should not keep that quiet. You're not going to get in trouble if you say something and you don't feel safe. And that's important. Now, let's talk about emergency. What does emergency mean? Do you know what emergency means? And I hope you do, because we talk about this all the time. That means a serious situation, often dangerous, requiring some kind of action or help. That's emergency. When you're in an emergency situation, you don't feel safe. So it's something that seriously happens, something happens seriously that you need to get help. Now, what are some examples of emergency? And I hope you remember that we talk about this all the time at the WOW Center. Example of emergency is a fire, okay? A serious injury when somebody falls down, they hit their head, or they have a fracture. Let's say they broke their leg or they broke their arm. That's an emergency. You need to get immediate medical attention. Or when somebody's unconscious. Unconscious is when somebody, like for instance, they fall down. They look like they fainted. They fall down. Their eyes are closed. They're not responding to you. Like you're saying, wake up, wake up. Are you okay? Are you okay? And they're not responding to you. That is an emergency. Or when somebody has a heart attack, and you can tell when somebody clenched their heart like that, and they're saying, "Oh, I'm feeling chest pain." That's an emergency. And they're sweaty, and they look like they look pale. That's an emergency. Or when somebody is choking, they go like this, and they're holding both of their hands like this, and they're coughing, and they're trying to cough, and they cannot breathe. That's an emergency. So these are examples of an emergency. So when there's an emergency, how do you get help? How do you seek help? Well, there's different ways you can do this. The most important one, do you remember the emergency number that we always teach you at the WOW Center? If you don't know, it's 911. Okay, repeat back, 911. Okay, that's an emergency. Now, if you do call that a number and an emergency, one of those examples like I just mentioned, an emergency, you call that number, but you don't hang up, and you state the emergency to the other person. Stay on the line, but don't hang up. So stay, and they will ask you a lot of questions. They want to know first what's going on, and you need to let them know if you can. But if you're not able, they will come to you if you stay on the line. Now, I want to show you this card, okay? This card, we have given it to you, and I'll see if I put it closer, if you can see it. It says 911. Everybody has a card here. The social worker has given you this card. So if you can't remember the number, pull out this card, go to the phone, and dial 911. You should have this inside your pocket or your wallet all the time, and that's important to have that. Okay. Also, we have this at the WOW Center. Okay, we post this everywhere. You see this in all the buildings, in all the classes, in all the offices, and it says 911 up there too. Okay, for emergency. So this is important, and we have that posted everywhere. If you cannot, if you don't have your card or anything like that, like I said, you can look at your card to try to see if you can call the number, but you need to report it to someone immediately. Or report it to someone that's close by. Somebody, you can tell them, look, I have an emergency, and that person can help you. I remember one of the individuals at WOW Center, the father, he was with his dad, and his dad was having a heart attack. And he knew that 911. He went to the phone and he called 911, and the fire rescue came immediately. So see, that's how important when you have to listen when the teachers talk to you, when they talk about emergency situation. So next time when we talk about this, please listen carefully. Now let's talk about safety procedures. So when there's a fire at your home, it's important, if there's a fire, you need to get out of your house immediately. Find the nearest exit that is the safest exit of your home and get out of there. And once you're out of there, go outside. You can go to a neighbor, house, and you can call 911 or ask the neighbor to call an emergency. So that's important. You need to get out quickly from the house. Now here, we do fire drills. So if there was a fire at WOW, and we practice this every month, you need to listen to your teacher. First, for one thing, even at home and at WOW, you stop what you're doing immediately. So if here we put the fire alarm. Of course, there's not enough fire alarm at home. Hopefully you have, those smoke detectors, and that will go off. And when you hear that going off, you should drop what you're doing and just get out, like I say. At the WOW Center, you just drop what you're doing. You hear that fire drill, and listen to your instructors, because your instructor is going to tell you where to exit. You should know where to exit because we've been practicing that every month. So you exit out, don't run, don't panic. You remain calm, just like at home and here. Don't panic, just walk out, follow your group with your staff members. And you know where we go. We always go to that grassy area that is right next to the parking lot of the staff member, where the staff members park. You stay there until it's safe to return home. Return to the WOW Center, okay? Just like you can at home, you can return back home if it's not safe. So that's important. That's the way we evacuate here at the WOW Center. So you do the same thing. If there's a thunder and lightning storm, okay, that's important. That happens a lot in Florida. We get a lot of rain, we get a lot of thunder, and we get a storm. So you have to stay indoors. Okay, that's important. You don't want to be outside when you start hearing thunders or lightning. You need to go inside because it's safe. Also, stay away from open doors and windows. You can't, because the light can come in and can strike you. So stay away from open doors and windows. Very important. Don't talk in the telephone. Don't have your headset on, because a lightning can strike electrical things and the phone lines. So don't be on your headphones or and also on the phone. So when you hear thunder and lightning, you should not be on there. And also turn off the computers and appliances and television. That's important too. And of course, if you're at the beach, do not go in the water, or in the pool, do not go in the water. You have to avoid the water if there's thundering and lightning. So you got to keep yourself safe, and that's important. What about hurricanes? Of course, in Florida, we sometimes have hurricanes. And the hurricane season right now is like June 1st to November 30th. So when that month's come, we have to be prepared before a hurricane comes. So you have to listen to the radio and television and hear information when a hurricane is coming. So always keep posted, be prepared for that. Now, actually, you should not wait to get ready when a hurricane takes place. You should have all these supplies ahead of time. For example, plenty of water. Okay, you should have shutters to put on your windows. Some people don't have shutters. They have these plywood. But you should have shutters. You should have enough food supplies in case if a hurricane comes. When a hurricane, so you have that already at home. And it's important that if a hurricane comes, to put up the shutters at home and to put away any objects outside of your house, because when there's a hurricane, there could be a lot of wind and start blowing all those objects, and that can be very dangerous. Now, while the WOW Center closes, everybody knows, if the Dade County Public School closes, the WOW Center closes. We want to make sure everybody is safe, so you have to remain at home. And once the hurricane passes and everything is safe, then we will let you know when you can return to the WOW Center. After the hurricane passes, you're not to go outside the house because there could be a lot of debris, and that can be harmful and dangerous. You don't know what's on the ground. So do not try to go outside. I encourage you to stay until it's safe to go outside. So now we're going to talk about dangerous chemicals, okay? You need to stay away from dangerous chemicals, not to touch any dangerous chemicals. I'm going to show you some dangerous chemical that I'm talking about. For instance, okay, right here, Clorox. Okay, you use that to wash clothes and things like that. You're not to swallow this, or you should not let this get on your skin because that is harmful. Another dangerous chemical. Let me show you. These are cleaning, to clean the floor. There's some cleaning supplies you have to be careful. You don't want to drink this. This is not something you drink. That can hurt you. Okay, then you would have to go to the hospital immediately. So you don't touch any cleaning chemicals. And that can be, if you happen to drink this, you would have to go to the hospital immediately. Another dangerous chemical is this bug spray. Got to be careful it doesn't go on your eyes and go on your skin. This is dangerous. This is poisonous. Actually, all that is poisonous, what I just showed you. So don't touch that, because these dangerous chemical, if it goes into your eyes or your skin or you swallow, you need to go to the hospital immediately. It's like you would have to call 911. It can hurt you. So stay away from all that. And if by any chance that you get that on your hands or your skin, please wash it off immediately. Okay, immediately. Okay, don't let it stay on you. Now let's talk about insects and animal bites. Okay, if you have a severe allergic reaction to insect bites, like, if you get let's say a bee stings you or a wasp, and you're having trouble breathing, or some people get a very severe allergic reaction to that, you need to get an emergency as soon as possible. Especially if an animal bites you, you need to get an emergency. It's going to require medical attention. And then the next thing I want to talk about safety is strangers. And you have to be careful with strangers, because unfortunately there's some bad people in this world and they want to hurt people, and you don't want to be near any stranger because you don't know that person. If you don't know the name of that person, you've never been with that person, you need to be careful. You need to protect yourself. You need to be safe. So do not open the doors to strangers. Okay, if somebody knocks on the door and they say, "Hello, can you please open the door?" If you don't know that person, do not open that door. Keep that door locked. If your door is locked, you're safe at home, but don't open the door. If your mom is at home, your dad, let them know there's somebody at the door, but you don't open it if you don't know that person. Also, do not talk to any strangers on the phone. Sometimes strangers can call on the phone and they want to know your name and address, and they ask you all these sorts of questions. Do not answer those questions. And you can hang up. Don't even talk to the person. If you don't know that person, you should not be answering you should not give out any personal information, your address, your phone number, and Social Security. None of that should be given out. Okay, so do not talk to strangers on the phone. And do not connect with strangers on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter. That can be dangerous. You don't know that person, and you start having conversation with that person, then that person wants to come and see you or wants you to meet them somewhere. You do not do that. That's dangerous. You're not supposed, that's not safe. And do not talk to strangers in the community. If anybody comes up to you and wants to talk to you, do not accept anything from that stranger. I mean, walk away immediately. If he asks you to come with them or wants to show you something, walk away. Do not stay with it and report it to someone. And report to somebody that somebody came up to you and was trying to ask you to go somewhere. So that's important. So you need to protect yourself. As long as you do all those things, you're safe. Okay. So now we're going to talk about abuse, neglect, and exploitation. We talk about this almost every day. The teachers talk to you about this. The social workers talk to you about this. I've mentioned it to you also. This is important. This is a way we need to talk about these things because we want to keep you safe. We don't want anybody to hurt you. So that's why we talk about abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And when we talk about this to you, please listen carefully. So that way, it's a way to protect you. So let's talk about abuse. What does abuse mean? Okay, I hope you know what abuse means. I know you know the different kinds of abuse, but what does abuse mean? It means cruel and violent treatment of a person, like somebody that wants to harm a person, that seriously harms someone. So what are some examples of abuse? Okay, let's start looking at some example of abuse. The first one is physical abuse. Now, physical abuse is like somebody repeatedly, always like kick you, hit you, punch you, things like that, or being very rough at you, being rough with you, but constant and repeatedly. I'm not talking about one time. This is always, to the point that you get bruises on your body, and or you can even get, some people get, people that have been abused have had fractured fingers or arms or whatever. It's when you see bruises and they hit you and it hurts. Okay, that's physical abuse. And so nobody should be doing that to you. You should not allow anybody. If that happens, you need to let somebody know. Another one is emotional and or verbal abuse. And this is when they repeatedly, or somebody's always making threats to you. Like they're going to say, I'm going to hit you. I'm going to punch you. Or things like that. That's not right. Or for instance, making fun of you. Always saying you're fat, you're ugly. And that is not right. That's not kind. Another is name calling you names that are not nice. Nobody should give you, they should be calling you by your name. And that is not nice and kind. They're making all these names. Or isolating, keeping you away from everybody. That is not good too. So that is verbal and emotional abuse. And now with the next one is sexual abuse. When somebody touch your private parts and you know that it doesn't feel right, this is your body. They're not supposed to be touching your private parts anywhere. Or somebody forces you to touch somebody else's private parts. That is sexual abuse. When that happens, that is not right. Physical restraint. What does physical restraint? We talked about this here too. It's when the physical restraint is overused. When this happens constantly, all the time, prevents from a person moving freely. Like they let's say, for instance, they tied you onto the chair or to a wheelchair and they don't let you come out. They restrain you. They keep you there and you're not free to move. Or they keep you locked up in your room. That's physical restraint, and that's an abuse too. Another one is chemical restraint. What does that mean? Chemical restraint, we also talk about them when they overly medicate you, when they give you a lot of medication. Why? Maybe just to calm you down too much, but it's harmful. Like when they over medicate you, for instance, that you're not able to speak well, you're not able to move freely, or you're always falling asleep, or you can't even think or speak. That is not good. Okay, that's something you have to be careful that they don't give you a lot of medication, and that could be very harmful. So now let's talk to the next topic. We already talked about physical abuse. We talked about all the different kind of abuse: physical abuse, verbal, emotional abuse, and we talked about chemical restraint, and we talked about physical restraint, and we talked, I hope I didn't forget one, and I want to make sure that these are so important, and sexual abuse. Okay, these are all, we talked about this all the time at the WOW Center. The next one is, what is exploitation? I know this is a very hard and difficult word, and sometimes you will not remember what is exploitation. And I want you to remember this one, because this one is important. Exploitation means the action of taking advantage of someone or treating someone unfairly in order to benefit oneself, to benefit the other person. So it's like somebody take advantage of you, okay, and treat you unfairly in order to benefit that one person who's doing that to you, okay? It's not to benefit you, it's to benefit the other person. So what are some examples of exploitation? Okay, for instance, not allowing the person to have their money, not allowing that person to have his and her money, okay? It's like keeping that money away from that person, and that's not right. If you have your own money, that person, nobody should keep that money away from you. It's your money. Or stealing your money is also exploitation. Or stealing your personal belonging is exploitation. So, or even if you have, like I say, a checking account, if you have a checking account or something and somebody goes in there and take your money, that is not right too. So these are examples of exploitation. And then the next one is, what is neglect? We talked about this too. So let me, the meaning of neglect, and I'm going to share this with you. So it is ignoring the person, not caring for the person, not supervising the person, and not giving attention to that person in order to make sure that he or she is safe and in good health. So in good conditions. So this is important. And it's important. And what I mean by that whoever takes care of you is making sure that you're well taken care of. So I'm going to give you an example of neglect. Neglect means, for instance, if nobody provides you food and you're hungry all the time and then you're not getting food, or nobody's providing you clean clothes and you're wearing the same clothes every single day and it's dirty and it's not being washed, or like, for instance, not providing you a safe home. Maybe at home it's not safe because maybe who's ever taking care of you is abusing you, like hitting you or punching you and things like that. Maybe the home is not safe. Or not providing you transportation to go to places, keeping you at home at all the time and you want to go to somewhere and you can't go. Or not giving you your medication when you're supposed to take your medication. If you have a high blood pressure and you're supposed to take your medication, that's dangerous. You need to take that. Or not taking your doctor on a yearly basis to be checked out, because we need to go to the doctor every year to make sure that we're fine and we're in good health. Or not taking you to the dentist. That's important too. You need to have, your teeth needs to be healthy. Let's say not giving you a wheelchair, a good wheelchair, because maybe your something's wrong with your wheelchair that you're not able to move around, or it's broken or something like that, and they're not providing you a good wheelchair. Or just not supervising you, leaving you alone to take care of all your needs, and you're not able to take care of all your needs. So these are examples of neglect, okay? And that's important that you recognize what neglect means. Now, do you know what to do if you ever abused, neglected, or exploited? Just like what we talked about, all these different things. I hope you remember the abuse hotline. Remember we talked about the abuse hotline? And let me go back. Remember that with the card we give you, this one has an abuse hotline number. Okay, it's here. You're supposed to have that in your wallet and carry it with you all the time. The abuse hotline in this one, it says 1-800-962-2873. 1-800-962-2873. So you have this here, and if you forget, the number is here. I know many times I hear is 1-800-96-ABUSE. But the word abuse, the numbers are right here. Okay, so if you have that if you have that with you, you're able to call. Now remember, let me stress this important. You don't call 911 or you don't call this number just because, let's say, somebody called your name one time or somebody got you upset. No. You call 911 when you're seriously hurt, that requires attention. If you fracture your leg, if you fracture, let's say, or somebody, like I say, who's unconscious, or like you're bleeding a lot, or someone is having a heart attack or it's choking, that's when you call 911. You don't call 911 because you're angry at someone. No. Or that somebody didn't let you do something. No. You don't call abuse on your mother, your father, or anybody else, or your friend, just because you dislike because you were told to do something you didn't want to do. For instance, taking a bath. You know, it's important to take a bath every day. So you need to take a bath every day. That keeps you safe and that keeps you clean. Just because you're angry, you're upset, you don't want to do that, you don't call it abuse. No. So try to understand, when I talk about physical abuse, sexual abuse, verbal abuse, is when they, especially physical abuse and all this, is when they repeatedly do it all the time. Sexual abuse, if they touch your private parts, no, it doesn't mean it has to happen several times. If it didn't make you feel uncomfortable and you didn't like it, you report it immediately. It only requires one time for that. But the other stuff, remember, if somebody's harming you and you feel like you're in danger and you're afraid of your life, you call the abuse number. And that's important. Now, what happens? And also, one more thing. Besides that card, remember, we have this posted everywhere. It's on the wall, and it has the abuse hotline number on there, if you can remember that. And also we have there, I forgot to mention, we have a poison control. So if you, like, remember I told you about those chemicals, if you drink it or anything like that, we have to call poison control. So that's important. If you cannot remember those numbers, please report it to someone, to your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, or a staff member at WOWMOM, or your support coordinator. Do not stay quiet. Report it to someone. I don't know how much I have to tell you how important that is. You should not feel like you're in danger. You should be able to report it to someone. Now let's talk about the next thing, the health. What does health means? Okay, let's say health means to feel physically, your body, mentally, and emotionally well. Okay, that's what health means. Let's talk about physical health. Physical has to do with the well-being of your body. Okay, your body. It has to do with your diet. It has to do with your physical level of activity. Okay, that's important. So it's important to take your body, to eat the right food, and to exercise. I know Morale keeps mentioning that to you, all of you, about this, and we all mention that to you. And we ourselves have to do the same thing. Okay, so we want to keep our body healthy. Make sure we eat well and we exercise. Another one is mental health. Has to do with the well-being of your mind. So make sure that you are learning new things, okay? And challenging your mind. Working is a way of challenging your mind. Some of you have jobs, and that's good. And also being positive, not always being negative. That's important for your mind. And then the next one is emotional health. That has to do with the well-being of your emotions, okay? Emotions are like sadness, happiness, anger, joy, and laughter. Those are emotions, okay? So you can control yourself by not always being sad all the time, not being angry all the time, okay? Or not worrying all the time, or being stressed out all the time. You can control that, okay? So you don't, if you're not able to control that, then you need a little bit of help. So it's important to be happy and not let things get to you, especially right now with this coronavirus. We cannot be upset or worried. It's out of our control, but what's under control is to remain safe at home with your family, and that's important. And the next thing, you have to ask yourself, am I physically healthy? Okay, so it's important to get your annual checkups from your doctors. You need to have an annual checkup. They do your blood work to see everything's okay. Your doctor also listens to your heart. They check your lungs. They check your ears. They check your eyes. All that is important. You need to have your annual checkup, just like your dental checkup. You need to go to get your teeth cleaned. They need to check your teeth to make sure everything's all right. So that's important. If you ever feel pain in any part of your body and it's not going away at all, that's a signal. That's telling your body, hey, something's wrong. So you need to go see your doctor and explain what is going on and let your doctor know what's going on. Okay, and that's important. Now, am I mentally or emotionally healthy? Okay, that is something you need to see if you feel like you're mentally, emotionally healthy. And it's important to see a special doctor or a therapist if you're always feeling sad and you're always crying, or if you're always feeling anxious and you're not able to calm down at all, and you're having a hard time, or you're not sleeping well at all, and you're staying up because you're always feeling sad or anxious or worried. Or maybe you're not able to control your anger all the time. You're always angry all the time. So these are signs of your emotion or your that is telling you there's something not right, there's something's going on. So you can request from your support coordinator to see a psychiatrist or a behaviorist, or tell your mother or father, look, I need to see someone because I'm always anxious, I'm always worried. And now I know this now. I know stressful times and this is normal to feel a little bit anxious and worried and concerned. But when you're anxious and worried for a long period of time and it's not going away, that's a concern. Everybody sometimes gets sad and sometimes we get anxious. But when it doesn't go away for a long period of time, you're like that all the time, then there's something not right. Okay, so we gotta help you. Now, if you're having, let's say for instance, I'm gonna give you some example. If you want to communicate better and you want to express your needs and wants, you need to communicate to your support coordinator that you want to see a speech therapist, because a speech therapist can help you with that. Okay, or like for instance, if you're having trouble walking, you're having walking difficulties, and your joints is, let's say, they're very stiff, and you're having trouble moving around, you may want to ask your support coordinator, I want to see a physical therapist to help you with that. Okay, or if you have trouble swallowing food, you may want to see a dietitian or a therapist specifically for that. So you ask your support coordinator, okay, I want to see somebody. So, or tell your mom or dad, I want to see somebody. So these are things that are very important. Now, because of this coronavirus, you're not able to make an appointment and go sit in the office to see a doctor right this moment. For instance, I had a stomach issue and I saw my doctor through my computer, like a video, a camera. It's like called telehealth. That's what it's called. So you see them through a video and you tell the doctor what's going on with. That's with your doctor, with your therapist, with your psychiatrist, because it's not safe to get out of the house right now. So you need to share all this through the video camera. But hopefully this will be all gone. You can go back and see your doctor and your therapist and your behaviors and even your speech therapist. Next, I want to mention too, for instance, and again, when we talk about going back to the medication and things like that, I don't want you, I forgot to mention, I don't want you, okay, I'm showing Advil, if I had Tylenol, or any kind of medication. Don't try to take the medication on your own if you don't know how much you're taking. Okay, that's important. I don't want you to do that. You need to, hopefully your mom and dad will tell you the medication you're supposed to take, or give you the medication, just like the person in the group home will give you the medication. Because if you take too much medication, it can harm you. So I forgot to mention that. And that's something also I forgot to mention about being healthy and being safe. That if you are sneezing, okay, please get a tissue. Okay, if you have, keep this in your wallet or your purse, whatever. Not your wallet, sorry, in your purse or your pocket. There's tissue like this. If you're sneezing, don't sneeze at the person. Sneeze, try to maybe what I used to sometimes do when I sneeze inside my shirt because I don't want to give it to somebody else. So I get my tissue and I wipe my nose and everything like that, and then I go wash my hands because I don't want everybody to, I have allergies, so I don't, I have to wash my hands after I'm sneezing, or if you have a cold, you have to wash your hands. Also, if you're coughing, okay, don't cough at the person. Cough like this. I do this. I cough inside my shirt. Or like I go like this, like I said, I make sure that the person, I'm not coughing at the person. So that's important. And then, of course, wash your hands and things like that. So I forgot to mention that because that is important. And then one thing I want to add, remember I always tell you when you're feeling a little bit anxious or nervous or anything, and I used to say those few words, I want to add one more little word to this whole thing. I want to say that, and when you repeat to me, I am strong, I am fine, I am safe, I can do this. I can do this. Okay, you gotta say I can. So I want you to say I can do this. So let's do this again. Okay, I am strong. Okay, I am fine, I am safe, I can do this. So add that in the end, and if you say it several times, it will help you.